do you want? Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons & Dragons for all of the interwebs. It is April Fool's, but I have nothing to fool you with. We are just going to start. We have no announcements today, so I think we can just go right ahead and jump right in and see where we get with the shenanigans of this here group. So, with that, I think it's time to jump into tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role and score choices. I would finalize the building session 0. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, so now you'll bet your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends for every table is the future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
All right, let me get the music back up and running. So, last we left off, the 6 excuse me, were attempting to get information on the organization known as the Shadowbrand, who they had been told by the king had been attacking the city more often recently, and was an issue given their resources being sort of spread a little thin in order to protect the people within the city, both refugees and the people of the nation who lived there, and that the king had been trying for a time to change the mindset of Veladon around magic and the arcane, and that he wished to have an accord with this group, have peace talks, and figure out a way that they could come together to help one another in this time and going forward. And so tasked the group with looking into this, seeing if they could find the leader of this group, Kigu, and bring him in or get him to agree to meeting for these talks. Heading to the sort of entertainment district where things are a little looser, the group tried to find their way in with some of the patrons there and spread little information about the fact that they were looking for the Shadowbrand or a way to contact them. And in Navari's success, managed to get the interest of 2 shadier individuals who eventually connected with her in an alleyway outside of the bar, telling Navari that for 50 gold they would provide some type of information of interest to her. And after that, Navari negotiated that she would need a couple of days to get what they were looking for. and that they would meet back in the same location. As the group left for the evening, rested, and came back together, they decided to heist a friend, an ally. Knowing they learned that Aaron had a contentious relationship with Kigu for some reason or another, and figured they could gain favor with the group as well as get what they needed if they could get Aaron to help or agree to give them something of value. And happy to do so, staged a fake break-in and polymorphed the group as they were running away to make it seem like there was bad blood between her and the Six. The group eventually turned back into their normal humanoid forms and went to a close by inn to get a place to stay for the evening and meet back up with their friends who had gone out on their own shopping trip, Artemis and Oriana, who did not want to participate in potentially stealing things. And at this point, you've messaged one another. The other four are currently sitting at a table as Oriana and Artemis walk in to the blue mattress. So, as you see your group and head over to join them, what would you all like to do?
I'm just eating my food at this point. I'm hungry.
I would like to rush towards the group. Bicycles, everybody. I talked to Asmodeus. She told me about two potential artifacts that we might be able to achieve, or rather receive. The first is we have to solve a riddle, and I will just open the book to the page where the riddle is burned in, and just I think I have some ideas, but we only get one shot at this, so I just want to make sure, and I'll just kind of like turn it so like the whole group can read it. I'll run through some ideas real quick and just see if we can come across the same answer. That way we know it's the right one to give, because we only get the one shot.
And you all see the riddle that I spoke of last session, and I believe you all have it in your journals, so you are welcome to take a look at that as you see fit.
The second you mention a riddle, Brenna has lost attention, and she's like, I'm eating my food, and just...
Zavin with his 11 intelligence will look at Ren and go,
Me with my artificial 22 intelligence.
There you go, yeah, you should be able to help.
Okay.
Use that big brain power.
Just that scene in The Hangover where, what's his name? Zach Galifianakis just starts... The other one is locked away in the breezeway in the elemental plane of air. We'll need an audience with the queen there in order to acquire it. And I think the rest was mostly meant for me, but he said to be persuasive and make ourselves useful and trustworthy. But he's told me to do that before, so I think that's specifically for me. I don't know.
Oriana, how should we go about getting to the elemental plane of air?
That's beyond me. I don't have any way of traveling between dimensions, at least. Not, well, planes, not really dimensions, but I can't do that either. But, I mean, I can take us to, the circle like I have done, if I know what it is and where it is.
I know exactly how to get us to that place.
You do?
No.
Oh.
And she takes another bite.
You said it was a shield. Do we Do we need a shield? And he'll look around. I guess Brenna would be the only one with the shield on. Well,
Nope.
on her
Artemis uses a shield.
back.
I mean, it could come in handy for me, but I also know that we want to focus on this one first. You all went off and did some hijinks. Did you get what you needed?
Oh, I
Yeah,
guess we-
procured the goods.
Yeah, a big grin goes across Navari's face, and she reaches into her pocket and pulls out the amulet.
Awesome.
It did get a little
I-
hairy.
You got it. Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Was Aaron not on board with the idea after all?
I
Well,
think
I think-
Navari will give you like a big raised eyebrow and say, "Are you sure you want to know?"
Well, I mean, as long as everything. I mean, we didn't burn bridges with her, did we?
Nope.
Maybe singe some fur.
As far as this town is concerned, we burned some bridges, but your relationship with her will remain untarnished.
Artemis, I feel like they're being coy. Are they being coy?
I don't think I want to know. You keep it to yourself. Is it done? Are you everything okay? I don't know. Or you have to wait until 2 days to turn it in. Is that what's next?
Yes, and we thought maybe we could build a bit of reputation in the town before turning it over. You know, tales of our exploits. We did, after all, transform into cats and leap out a window.
Sorry, what now?
You let the cat out of the bag.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
it's
couldn't.
like, oh, I see. We thought that. Okay. I thought I was the one who did puns.
Oh no, it's very literal.
Mhm.
Next time, maybe
Uh,
you stay with the group and you'll get to be a part of the inside jokes.
That wasn't
Say-
that bad. Mouse doesn't taste as bad as I thought it would.
I thought you had a rat.
There's a difference between the two.
You didn't think the mouse was that bad, but the rat was bad.
Well,
Either way, it was delicious. At least when I was the cat, not me. When
I'm very confused now.
Ori, you're good at spinning a tale. We need to build a bit of our reputation here and spread the news of our exploit. It's all fake, of course. We didn't really rob Aaron, but what would your advice be on what's your take on sort of we have a day or so to build some reputation. What would be your take on our exploits? Do you want me to run down the entire exploits, or can I say like
the
Navari?
No, yeah, you can tell. You can just
Right.
say
You can-
you explain what happened.
Yeah.
Well, Asmodeus once imparted some wisdom on me that the best deception is often no deception. So I think you stick to what actually happened. You stole from one of the great noble houses a valuable artifact, and whilst you were making your escape, things got, pardon the pun, hairy, and you managed to escape without much issue.
I
Would
mean,
you
I
say-
was just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Would you say something like there were 4 catnappers and they took something of Aaron's? Would that be what we want to say? That there's catnappers loose in the town?
I think
There's
the
a band
rumors
of 4 thieving
that
cats.
they're
Well, so the trick is going to be getting the right people to hear it and not the wrong people. The wrong people being law enforcement. Obviously, you don't want to brag about stealing in front of someone who would arrest you for admitting that. But perhaps in The tavern we visited last night. That would be a good place to sort of spin a tale. Kind of maybe buy rounds of drinks and say to the people who, punch it up a bit.
I was just thinking about this. What if the two people that you, I guess, caught the attention of, they're gonna realize that we got a hold of this way too easily. Within 2 days, we got something valuable from the Shieldheart Manor.
Not necessarily. I mean, too easy. It's not like.
I mean, other than us being turned into cats, there was no consequences.
I mean, you would have to spin it in such a way that maybe she tried to catch you as cats, but you managed to. Yeah. No, I wasn't trying.
Sorry.
She tried to detain you as cats, but you managed to slip out.
That was my only worry. Just that if we are being watched, they watched us get away with that with no consequences.
I mean, being turned into a cat and unable to think straight, and somehow manage to make your way out of a well-guarded mansion, or.
Well,
I mean, it turned out we landed on our feet.
She threw us out of the balcony, and then we turned into cats in the air, and then we ran off. And then she did not chase us. So it's not that she couldn't chase us, it's that she chose not to chase us.
Okay, that's fair.
Maybe she thought you guys being turned into cats, you would find some way to
get ourselves killed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you need to sell the story for sure. It goes beyond just, saying, oh, hey, we did it, and we did it much faster than we anticipated. You have to embellish the truth. I mean, going back to that phrase, the best deception is no deception. You're still telling the truth, but you're embellishing it slightly.
Just a little extra seasoning?
I suppose, yes.
Okay.
Sounds good to me, yeah.
Brenna passes you the salt.
Thank you.
I think Navari's feel like the more Oriana's been talking about embellishing stories, Navari's getting like a bigger and bigger grin on her face.
Oh no.
And getting a little excited about it, and then says, well, when do we start? Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't lead. You have a riddle that we need to solve. But maybe tonight we can, I don't know, talk ourselves up a little bit.
Yeah, we go to like I said, to the tavern we went to last night, somewhere similarly shady. I mean, you found shady people there once. Chances are shady people again.
True. I mean, shady people are everywhere. You just have to know where to look.
I would imagine in the shadows.
Okay.
Nod.
Sorry, I was just a little worried about, I don't know, just the fact that we may not come across as trustworthy to these people. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, trust is earned to an extent. They're not going to trust us just because we did one job. They're probably going to have us do something else, something that they can physically see us do. This is more like like a resume. They want to see what we say we can do, and then they will test us to see if we are trustworthy enough to see the inner workings.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
In this business, it's also often more about the skills and who you can distrust the least.
Okay.
think to one point, everybody in those kinds of positions expect to be backstabbed at least once in their dealings.
Oh
So-
yeah, I mean, one of you is going to do it for sure, and then I eyeball Zafran.
Yeah, come on. I'd at least tell you first.
I appreciate the honesty. At least being upfront with me. Okay. So how do we start just spinning this tale? Who plants that seed and watches it sprout?
I would imagine the one who got their attention to begin with. They are Navarre. You are essentially the face in this instance. I know. Normally, I'm the one who does persuasion and things of that nature, but this is your bag.
Hey, well, I think the six of us burst into her chambers and fought off the golem guards one at a time. Rena picked one up over her head and broke it over her knee, and then used the two halves like boxing gloves to fight off two other ones. Meanwhile, Zavrin, spinning orbs of fire with his hands, obliterated two more golems. Well, Artemis, taking a knife and fork in each hand, prepared one of the golems to death. Does this sound reasonable?
This is the best story I've ever heard.
Okay. It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's wonderful.
You sound like you have some pointers. Please share.
The best deception is sometimes no deception. Is
You said embellish the truth, though.
embellish, yes. Unless we know that there are specifically golems that guard her mansion. If she's, if that's not a common thing in here, which, I mean, they're pretty against the arcane, so it would have to be some sort of divine golem.
So
I mean,
the
I didn't
truth.
mind that
How
story
about-
at all, though.
How about after a disagreement over group policies, several of us went up and convinced her that it would be in her best interest to part with the amulet. After a short encounter, we tried to make a bold escape out the balcony, but were turned into cats at the last second. And leave out the details where we all agreed to this.
Well, she did yell, "You bloody thieves," as we were jumping out the window, so I'm pretty sure if anyone was listening, they're going to hear she is assuming that we were stealing and it was against what she wanted us to do.
That is a good idea.
No,
I
that's
like
what
to
she
say-
said. That is what happens. That wasn't an elaboration. That is the string of truth that you are wanting.
Exactly. You could even say we betrayed her to an extent, that we had gained her trust previously and used that to our advantage.
Well, we were staying in her house.
Exactly.
We were very bad house guests.
Okay, I guess the more we talk about it,
It's
the
like
more
the
it's coming
house
together.
guests that put the silverware in their baggage before they leave.
Exactly.
Okay. Jangle.
Or when you take home bars of soap from the hotel.
Well, it sounds like you guys are on a very good
Those
track
are not
here.
free? They're
I
free.
mean, the 5-finger discount,
Amateur move. You go for the towels.
They
we
have
say
to,
this-
they put it in the room for you to take.
We're in a hotel right now saying all this, and I'm sure there's people around hearing this. This is great.
Who's going to
can I do a
reuse the
perception
soap?
check, DM, to just make sure
If
that no
they
one's
give
listening
you
to
it
us?
some soap,
Yeah,
you
go
don't
ahead.
leave it to be reused by other people.
Hold on.
Or- or-
Ren is not very quiet when she's saying this.
So
She's
I got
definitely
an
not
natural
subtle.
20.
I mean, a lot of you guys are not being quiet.
Oh.
There's a few people that are like giving you weird looks and like stares,
Okay.
but no one seems to be like
Like,
it's like
zeroing
being
in.
very loud people in a restaurant.
Oh, Okay.
Like no one,
With
you
that
don't, you don't
family.
like with a nat 20. Like looking around, at least in this place, you don't pick out anyone like specifically honing in on any detail
stealing.
or like
Okay.
yeah, there's a few people who are like they stole something. They're just,
Hey,
but also like people are like that. I mean, probably not true, or if it is, like not really much I can do. I don't have evidence, and they're just like talking about it loudly. But then there's like also people who are kind of incredulous, like if they did, would they be shouting about it in a tavern? Like that doesn't seem very smart. So they must just be fooling
Yeah,
around.
Okay.
And then you get a couple of people who are like probably April Fools.
All right, so we
Okay,
go out
awesome.
and we go out and do what we usually do: spread some stories and leave out the parts where it was all agreed upon. We just sort of exaggerate.
I was
That way,
just
if
gonna
anybody
say,
presses us for the truth.
I will be no part of this if people can identify me as Artemis. I already cleared my name. I won't do it if people know that it's me saying these things.
That is fair though.
You could be Simtra. Symmetra?
No. Roller can always make you look not like Artemis.
I don't want to be Artemis if I'm going out and
Terra.
doing all this stuff. Make me something else. I could be a little gnome or something. No. I also know that we could use Zavrin with his ways of putting his words into people's heads, or he could use a message spell if he knows it and kind of tell people that way. He could go from a distance. We could hit a lot of people with this.
I didn't have a great experience the last time I talked in someone's head.
What do you mean?
Oh, well, there was some issues at the bar with somebody.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Which bar? Which one?
The first one.
What did you do?
Someone wanted to see my magic, so I showed her my magic. I just did it inside her head. She didn't care for it.
Oh no. Okay. I mean, I'm surprised you're still alive, honestly.
I hear voices all the time. I don't know why she was so freaked
Yeah,
out.
exactly. It's just like talking another language. It's just in your head.
Well, it
Well,
sounds
I'm
like you
on board.
guys.
I want to help.
It sounds like you guys just kind of need to work out like how the story actually goes. So I'm gonna try and work on this a little more. And Artemis, you said you don't want to. Do you want to help with this, or?
I guess I could. I could give you a hand here. It's up to the group if they think they can do it themselves as the four. Maybe the two of us will work on this. I'm happy to help you with it, yes.
Yeah, so whoever wants to work on the fun story about the cats will come with me and we'll go to the rooms and talk about that. And then whoever doesn't want to do that and wants to work on the stupid riddle, they can stay with you.
Well,
Have we seen the riddle at this point?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oriana
yeah,
put it out on the
that's what I-
table
yeah.
with all of it.
That's okay. I've already solved the riddle.
You have.
Yeah, it obviously all belongs to the butler who found it. Finders keepers.
that's just one thing we didn't think about.
But would he make it something that obtuse?
I think every riddle is obtuse.
Asmodea sounds like a troll.
Slash dreamboat.
Well, I will
not a
say this: the final is there was no butler in the story, and there is a specific ask of who owned each.
Yeah. Who owned each? Yeah.
I understand what Navarre is doing. I want to give you a fair shot at this.
Yeah.
So,
No, I know. We had talked about how what if the answer was.
and there's
just,
literally no, but there's
Asmodeus
literally
owns them
no
all.
butler in this story at all. So this is my favorite. But I just want to
Navarre.
make sure that you aren't like, let's actually try this as an answer,
It has
because
to be Asmodeus.
yeah.
What
But
do we
anyway.
really define as ownership, though? You know, what can we really own, man? We're all just space dust, man.
But yeah, I'm not going to troll you that hard.
Yeah.
April Fools.
Yeah, no, won't do that to you. But yeah, you get the sense that Navari might be right, might not.
And Navari's rules, she's right.
Yeah, 100%. And I can totally see Navari doing that. I want to actually give the group a fair shot at it.
Okay, that's fair.
But okay, it sounds like you want to take some people into different rooms and we'll work on the puzzle and you can work on your thing.
I guess the
Work
different
on our
rooms and
elaborate
work on
life.
your thing.
It's going to be the best story ever.
Okay, so who's going to make up a fanciful tale to
I'm-
spin to the masses?
I'm part of it, so I kind of have to go.
Okay, so the
I
four.
think I have to.
Okay,
The
Yeah.
four and
so
the two again.
the 4 and the 2. All right. So, the 4 of you head to one of the rooms and step inside, and you have time. What are you coming up with?
What time of day is it right now?
It's late afternoon, almost early evening.
Okay. And how long ago did Navari talk to those two people? Like hours before?
It was no,
The
it was
night
it was the night before.
before,
So
yeah.
Okay.
so like late night before.
So we have about like another day before we have to go.
Yeah, probably like tomorrow, like the next day evening is when
Okay.
you'd want to meet up with them, unless you try to find them earlier or whatnot. It's up to you guys, but
Okay.
Do you
So-
think they would be happier if we were subtle about it and not spreading a lot of word?
I think that they might have ways of prying the truth from us, and we should. I think Oriana's right. I think we should stick to the truth as close as we can. We embellish to make it sound like we weren't on the same page, but otherwise stick to the story as it is.
So then what if we say that we knew we had to get them something that would be useful, and so we were snooping around in that room and found a necklace, and then Erin comes in and she's like, "Oh, you dirty thieves," and then we all ran out the window and she turned us into the cats. It's simple.
Did she
It's
say what the
simple.
necklace was for? Or is it just a pendant?
it's a very
Well-
valuable
Emily.
necklace.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it had
from
her
the crest.
Seal.
Okay.
Gaudy, she's called it.
Doesn't make us seem very conniving or schemy.
But
if
it was
we were just
thorough.
there
It was
and took it.
effective though. And
We went
maybe
into
that's what they're looking for.
Elements of the truth. We went into her room. We don't have to say that she took us there. We found an item that had the family crest on it, knew that it was valuable. We don't have to say that she gave it to us. We say we convinced her that it would be in her best interest to separate, for her to give it up, which is
Not the-
true.
Yeah.
And then we ran out the balcony window, but before we were able to complete our jump, we were transformed into cats and called thieves.
We can't be werecats in the story. That would just make it so much more exciting.
Where cats?
Werecats.
Here cats. No, they're cats.
Werecats.
What the cat?
Everywhere cats. Okay, I mean that sounds more believable. Okay.
Oh, it's
okay.
believable because it's true.
True.
It is
I was there.
true. As Rena pulls one of the pork buns like out of like her pouch on her side and just starts eating one.
Do you wonder where that pork bone went when you were a cat?
It was from downstairs. Did you not get yours?
Yeah. for
Oh,
lunch.
right. Sorry. Yeah.
He's fresh.
Is it steaming as soon as you like
Fresh
open
buns.
it up?
Cross buns.
You want
Something
some
about
of it? And she'll like rip it in half and hold it out.
They're really
Yeah, I'll
good,
take
actually.
half a bun.
She'll
Okay.
give it to Horns and eat her other half.
So are we gonna get started on this ASAP, like tonight, or tomorrow
Well-
during the designated meeting time?
I thought Book said that she wanted to have the story at the place we went before. But personally, I think she has a crush on the half orc and wants to go meet him again.
What? Okay,
No,
What
they
hap-
had good chemistry. It was good.
really?
Not who you
My eye
knew
just
before.
twitches just a little bit. Just okay. Oh, so we're going tonight then, right? We're going tonight.
I thought that was the plan.
Okay, awesome.
Is that not the plan?
Yeah.
Horns,
I could.
roller,
If,
is that the plan?
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay.
Do
Have
you,
to
do you
change
think
change
you-
how we look a little bit before we go in.
do you think they're going to have a problem considering the fact that we kind of got kicked out the last time?
Yeah, we can change that.
You did not mention you got kicked out too.
I mean, it wasn't like we were like physically picked up and moved out, but we were definitely like herded out because of me and
Oh,
Navari.
okay. That's more of a warning. As long as you're not physically thrown out, you're fine.
You know, that I'm tall.
What does you being tall have to do with anything?
They didn't want. Maybe they did not want to pick me up and throw me out because I did knock the crap out of Navari. It was fun.
Oh, there's so much that happened. I regret not going. It's okay though.
You can make
It's
up
fine.
for it
It's
tonight.
fine. It's
Yeah.
fine though. Because I don't think I actually hurt Navari, but they looked really good.
Oh,
Really
do you want
convincing.
to look different as well? I mean, with your old flame in there.
Eh. I mean, I don't care, honestly.
It's your flame.
Cool.
Who is your old flame?
Moving on. Okay, next question.
No, I want to know.
Wait, do we know that in character, or did?
Nope.
I'm doing it in character. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't know though. You don't think Nemeron's ever mentioned.
No.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, well, then we don't know.
That was meta.
What are you talking about?
Well, no, he mentioned it now, but I don't think. I'm just saying like from before this. I don't think he's
Yeah,
ever.
yeah. This is the
explained
first time I
it.
ever mentioned.
Yeah.
The half work at all.
Oh,
Yeah.
Are you dating the half orc?
Dating's a strong word.
It's a love triangle.
Is it though?
I don't know.
Scalanis has he has that sort of vibe that just entrances you, whether it's honest or not. And wait, is
Yo-
Oriana coming with us to the
I
club?
thought she was going to come with us, but we have other things to talk
She's doing
about.
her
You are,
crossword puzzle though.
look, Rultan, you are my roommate. You're supposed to let me in on all of this sort of dirt, and you did not tell me, and so we are going to have a conversation later.
Oh no, with words or with swords?
With words.
Okay, just making sure.
Why would I want to injure you? I just want to get in on the tea.
April. Sorry. Okay. I mean.
No, I'm distracted. Yes,
I mean, I'm-
Oriana is coming.
Okay. And I'm okay with going. I mean, I don't really care. If anything, it'd be nice. I haven't been there in a while. So, it'd be nice to go back.
What was that place called again?
The Hidden Sun.
Ah,
Yeah, I'm interested to see, now that you mentioned the whole chemistry between Oriana. I'm okay. I'm ready.
I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, out of character, Rena is like, yeah, there totally could have been chemistry. She has zero relationship experience.
Okay. So the story is set. We have the location. The characters are playing as us. The play's ready to be performed.
If you do want to change how you look, just let me know, and I'll do it for us before we leave here.
Do you want to show that off?
before we leave this room probably is best.
Is that another rumor you want to spread, just to show like what we're capable of? Or are you being like serious?
Oh no, I just changed because I don't think I made friends last night, and I don't think Rena might not be allowed back in. Maybe not even Navari.
Oh, I can look different, and she'll take her coat off and flip it inside out and put it back on. Voila!
Oh, it's reversible. That's cool.
We just
Look-
add a few like scars, maybe change the tone a little bit.
How do I do that? I mean, my face is my face. I could make new scars, but it hurts.
With
We have the ability.
magic, and he'll make like a little rainbow with his hands with representation.
Imagination. Okay, that's fair. I mean, if you think it'll really, you can make me look different, and I'll leave that up to you. Whatever you want to do.
If you want to go in there and meet some old friends, I won't stand in your way. But for like myself and Rena, we pretty much have to change a little bit.
No, like I said, I'm gonna leave this up to you. You're the artist. I'm your canvas. Make me look however you want to. Congratulations.
You don't want to go to a place where they know you? Because what if they are more willing to talk to you because they know you?
That's true. Okay. I don't know what to do. Yeah, maybe a friendly face would be better in this situation. Considering there's 3 unfriendly ones next to me.
That's
In the eyes of the bar. In my eyes, you guys are
Oh.
lovely.
oh.
Okay.
Sounds
sure.
like the plan to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me look up a spell really quick. Hold on.
Okay, so you guys have your story set and what you want to do?
Yep.
All right, team riddle answerers. Anything specific you want to do?
Can I roll an intelligence check to get a hint on our riddle?
Um,
I don't know. It's hard to role play a riddle that we have.
yeah, I think if I give you anything, it's gonna answer the. I will give you a hint, sure.
If
Oh,
it's a high roll, that's all.
Yeah, don't worry. If you get,
Although Artemis probably shouldn't be the one doing the roll, it would be Oriana, but
I'd be
You're
up
the-
for that.
you're the one who asked, though.
I
So
did,
go ahead
yeah.
and roll.
All right. Let's see what we get. Just straight intelligence, or
Yep.
Okay.
Just straight intelligence. Natural 20. Okay. So, you want to make sure in the riddle that you understand there are some times where like a she is called out and you want to make sure that you're associating it with the right person. So, for instance, in the sentence that said, someone else carried a valuable war medal, and when she saw it, the visitor from Zarithimar next to her spilled her neighbor's whiskey. So, you want to make sure you know that the when she saw it is associating with the visitor from Zarithimar.
okay.
So you just want to make sure that you are associating the right things to the right pronouns. That's right? Yeah, pronouns. I'm trying
The
to make
reference
sure.
matches. The
Yeah, the
person
reference
that they're-
matches the person. And then when it and then it's like, someone else carried a valuable war medal, and when she saw it, so the she there is the visitor from Zarithimar. Next to her is the next to her is the person that she's talking about with is the person with the war medal, and then almost spilled her neighbor's whiskey.
Awesome. So that helps Caleb immensely because I was struggling with this, figuring out who they were referring to. So cool, natural 20. It's awesome for me. I will relay this message to Oriana, and I'll say, what I'm thinking that they're referring to the person next to Zarithamar who has the valuable medal. I think that's what this line means right here.
Okay, so that makes sense. And Oriana's just like kind of making a grid with names, colors, and drinks and all that. And we spend, I guess, a little bit of time working on that.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Go ahead.
Are you going to provide the answer? You're welcome to if you want to. At the end of your time, you are welcome to provide it.
Okay.
But just know that one and done.
Yep. I'm going to, in the back of my tome, just double check, because I actually ran through it again while the other guy, team number 4, team of 4, was doing their stuff. I just want to make sure. Yeah, okay.
All right.
I will write Baroness Trent owned the war medal.
Mm-hmm.
Madame Sensha owned the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Arvost owned the ruby pendant. Then what was it? It was a crystal key? Yeah. Countess Vallis owned the crystal key. Lady Sutherland owned the precious diamond, or the prize diamond.
Okay. All right, you write that. You're not going to get an answer right now, but you write What do you think? A magic thing just do and shows up in front of you? Yeah. But you write that. At this point, did the rest of you come out of your room? It's probably around. I mean, the tavern is getting quite busy because people are coming in for dinner at this point. It's getting dark. What are the rest of you doing?
Well, for anyone who wants to look different, I will cast Seeming as a group, which gives you 8 hours of a disguise, but just try not to do any hat stuff or hair stuff, because then as soon as somebody touches it, they're going to be like, whoa, wait. And then their hand's going to pass through it.
Okay, so what are you making people look like?
What would you guys like to look like?
I want to be a gnome.
Make him a gnome.
Okay.
I would like...
Again,
I
I
would
would
like to
avoid
be
any
the
hats, clothes, that stuff's no, especially in bars where they're going to be touching it. You don't want them touching your clothes. They'll feel a button where there shouldn't be a button. They'll might feel a bulge where there shouldn't be a bulge. There might be a bulge with the other way around. So not the best thing. So avoid that kind of change.
I would like to be a tiefling. Still.
Good start.
I would like my horns to have different textures. Dealer's choice on that. And I would like to be bright green.
Okay. Why not? I'll just make the horns really like coarse looking, not nice and smooth, which they normally are. Are they normally nice and smooth?
Smoothish. I mean, they've got the big identifier is the arcane runes that she has etched into them. So, with a different texture, they wouldn't have that.
Make him look grizzled and like animals have clawed him.
Okay.
Okay.
You said dealer's choice.
Yeah,
so that's
dealer's
what you
choice.
get.
I don't. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and make everybody look a little rougher.
Okay, okay, so you got a gnome, you got green
I want to be a
tiefling.
half orc.
I think I could do that.
Okay.
I'll half orc Rena it up.
Okay. Navari? You're muted.
It's good.
I think Devari's kind of just like looking at the situation, going, "I don't know." And she points at like her horns that point straight up, and it's like, "Unless you have a top hat, I don't think there's many shapes I'm gonna fit into."
You don't have rabbit people in this setting, do you? Make 'em giant rabbit
Herringon? You don't know. You've not seen one.
That's all right then. I want to be.
But
living with-
also,
luxurious
I mean,
years.
the thing is your illusion will make those invisible if you make Navari seem like anything else that doesn't have them. The only
If
thing
somebody,
is
like,
if
reaches over,
someone,
yeah.
if someone reached over but I will also say this, if someone reached over and touched bunny ears, they would not feel very bunny-like anyways. Like, bunny ears that are like that long, like, and just stand
Knocking
straight
off
up,
things.
a little bit strange, right? Like, so
You could play it off like, did you just touch my ear? And they'll be like, what? Did you just touch my ear without me asking? And then
What if you turn them with antlers? A jackalope.
Ooh, I like that one.
Are you suggesting we turn him into an animal?
I don't know.
I
It's
guess I
just
could.
an option. It's another thing that stick up.
This is the perfect time to go feral.
I mean, you can make her look like a minotaur.
Horns, you could have even bigger horns.
But then the body would have to be a lot bigger, and then when people don't bump into
Potentially.
anything, that's not great.
Mm.
And they
Look at the
make
baggy. The
and
baggy.
they
It could be a lean
emaciated
minotaur, very lean.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, it doesn't have to be minotaurs are not all massive.
And the emaciated minotaur coming in for some food.
But again, you could also make another. You could also make a tiefling with those like
Mhm.
similar horns, similar horn situation with like hair and looking completely different, and like there are many tieflings. I'm sure there are some that might have similar horns that like stick up in a certain way. So maybe not exactly like Navari's with a broken one, but similar.
I think Navari will just like hold her hands up and say, "I've never been anybody but myself, so dealer's choice."
Oh,
Oh no.
I'm gonna make you our dragonborn.
Yep.
Yeah, dragonborn with horns that for some reason go straight up.
Yeah.
Broken.
All right.
So now you can be dragonborn.
What color dragonborn?
It could be keep it red, just to
All right,
for
red
consistency. When
dragonborn.
they say, "Oh, nice red," and you'll be like, "Who? Oh, yeah, me."
All right. Okay, so red dragonborn, and then Nemeron is staying as Nemeron.
Yeah.
Okay, and Zavrin, what are you looking like?
I'll just look more like high elfy, and I'll have normal, boring blonde hair,
Okay.
and then he'll just make his clothes brown, and he'll hate
Okay.
it.
Okay.
But it pretty much looks the same. It's just
Okay. Yeah, just a
Color
high elf
change.
looking. Okay.
yeah.
All right. You are
Yeah,
all.
I will say this. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Right before we're about to head into the tavern, I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability on myself.
Mhm.
How do I send a spell to the chat? Where is it?
Oh, you just click on it. You should just be able to click on it and roll 20.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay. I'm
Which
gonna
one
give
are you
myself,
doing?
Eagle Splendor for charisma. Advantage on charisma checks.
Okay. You probably want to do that when you get closer to the.
Oh, okay.
Just so that you get the full hour, because it's going to take you a bit of time to get there, and I would assume
Okay,
you
that's
want to
fair.
keep it for
As much as I
as
can.
long as you can. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll cast it once we're about to get there.
All right. Are you all just heading out towards the hidden sun?
I mean, unless anyone else has any objections.
Are we just waltzing out the door?
I mean, yeah. What better way to get the night started than just prancing out?
These tavern owners like, wait, who are those people? Pay for rooms.
No, I mean, as you walk out, the tavern's, like, the inn is very busy, like I said. So I would assume you convene in one of your rooms with Oriana and Artemis before you do the magic, which is easy enough to do. And when you come out, like, it's just busy, so you don't see like the tavern keeper. She's busy, like, signing directions to the various patrons, to the various workers and everything like that, and they're dealing with orders and making sure that patrons get exactly what they need and what they've asked for. And you don't really, as you're, like, walking through, no one really pays you much mind. Okay. So
Let's do this.
you make your way through the streets after about a 25 minute jaunt. You find yourselves in the entertainment district. It's still fairly early, but there are in, like, the taverns and stuff like that, there are people, like, getting food and drink and things like that. And as you get to the Hidden Sun, you can see that it's starting to pick up, but it's still fairly early and there aren't too many people. As this is more of, like I said, like a club versus like they do serve food and they do have like drinks and stuff like that, and they are open at the start of the evening, but it's like getting to the club at like 8 o'clock and being like the first ones on the dance floor when it actually starts to pick up at like 11, which is when people come in after, they've had their dinner and hung out with their friends a bit and stuff like that. So, but you get there and you see the same Goliath woman and sort of lavishly dressed half orcish gentleman.
DM, what's the Goliath's name? Does she have one?
Yeah, of course. I don't think I gave it to you the first text. I don't even think anyone asked, did they?
No,
Okay. No, I was just asking because I wasn't. I know I gave the half orc's name, but I wasn't sure if I gave the Goliath. Her name is Fira.
And she would have been there like when I was a frequent patron, right? In the past.
Yeah, she's been there like as long as you've been going.
Okay.
You actually know that she is co-owner with so she co-owns but she he handles most of the like the entertainment and like word of mouth and getting people in and keeping them happy and stuff like that. She is more of just the like keeping things working, hiring the people, basically caring for the books, like all of that kind of stuff, where he is more more of the flashy, like he's the charisma, he brings people in and she makes sure that they're taken care of, kind of thing. And she is also more of like the muscle, like if anything happens, like he can take care of himself, but it's mostly like her that kind of handles like any scuffles or anything like that. So yeah, Fira.
So like I said, right before we're about to walk in, I'll cast Enhance Ability.
Okay, yep, no problem.
Fira, my dear, how are you doing? It's been a while, and I just walk up to the bar and just plop down in front of her.
Well, hell, it's been a while. Thought you were out of the city, honey.
Yeah, well, I mean, you seen the state of the world. I kind of had to come back home, feel a little safer, even though I can take care of myself.
Well, it's good to see you. What can I get for you?
I brought some friends. Hope you don't mind. I know you like to keep things
not.
tight-lipped here.
We always like to see new faces. I hope they all know what they're in for.
I hope. I mean, I explained the situation to them. Hopefully, they are here. Just a round of ale for all of us, I guess.
All right, it's on the house, and
Oh, thank you.
she'll go and pour it. And as she comes back, she says, "Are you planning to talk to Sklannis?"
I mean, he knows all the tea. I'm sure whatever he has is scalding, so I have to. I have to.
Should I
How's he
call
been?
him over?
Not yet. No, not
He's
yet.
been fine. You know him. He gets through every situation. Of course. I mean, business is better than ever for us, so
Really?
that's nice.
Even with all this shit happening?
Especially because all this shit's happening, honey. When's the best time for entertainment and trying
Drown your sorrows in
to...
alcohol.
Well, I mean, when the world's
it-
shit, you want to live in a little bit of fantasy, don't you?
Yeah, nice and toasty.
Exactly. So, people come here to try to forget about all the terrible things that are happening outside. And, well, can't say I complain. It's a bad situation, but someone's gotta make
Provide.
good of it.
Fair. Actually, since I have you here,
What can I do for
what has happened here recently? Because I want to hear your perspective of if anything has happened recently.
When you say here, honey, do you mean specifically here in the Hidden Sun, or do you mean here in the city?
Why not both? Let's start off here with the Hidden Sun. It's closer to home.
Well, we've gotten a lot more new faces. You know, we used to have the regular crowd. It's a lot harder to tell exactly who's a regular. So we've been a little bit more careful in making sure people understand the rules here. But,
That is fair.
we've seen a few individuals come in and out, probably doing some kind of business dealings here. Not really understanding exactly what their purpose is, but yeah, it's not my business. As long as they're paying, I don't care.
Okay. I want to make sure everything was on the up and up here, at least for your sake.
Most notably, had one of them they've been talked up. I can't remember their name, the group. Anyway, the inn here last night actually got pulled up by Sklannis to dance.
Oh, okay. Who was this person?
Tieflin woman, looked a bit out of her depth, but seemed to get into it, I guess.
Did you
The
put on a
crowd
good
loved
show?
it. Of course, doesn't he always?
Yeah, he does. I should probably go talk to him soon, though.
Wait a minute.
Hmm.
Oh no. You're part
What?
of that group. I can't remember your names, but I know because you've been talked up about helping with this whole situation that's going on in the city and in the world.
I mean, the Sunglades do a lot for this town. for this
No,
city, at
no,
least.
not Sunglades. Something else.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you were all at the big memorial thing, and they've been spinning news about how you were trying to help with the whole situation when everything first happened, and that you've been working with Luxaturna.
I'm just
Isn't that-
fucking with you. I know.
Well, you know, I can't remember everything. There's a lot
I
that goes
know.
on, and there's a lot more that's going on.
Hey, when money's flowing out of your hand like sand, you can't pay attention to anything else, right?
I can pay attention to plenty, but like I said, there's a lot, and we're just trying to keep our heads down and just make it through the day and help who we can, of course. But Yeah, I don't know. I didn't catch her name, but well, she got her introduction to the Hidden Sun.
I'm sure she did.
Anyway, these are some other new friends of yours. Where the rest of your group? You weren't with them last night.
No, I wasn't. I mean, I went to go see my dad.
Of course, family first. That makes sense.
Especially right now.
Of course, I totally understand it. But you decided to just come alone, or with this new aunt? Are these Sunglades?
No, they're more of unfortunate souls who need entertainment right now.
I see.
And
You're being a good Samaritan.
Yeah, more for your pockets too.
I don't mind.
So I'll do another round of ale. Let me pay for it this time though.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not giving you it on the house again, honey.
Thank God.
For the 6 of you, you're looking at about say 6 silver.
I'll give her a gold.
You're too kind, honey.
You always treat me well.
Let me know if you need anything else. I'm gonna make my rounds. And you see her go to like a couple of other patrons who have like trickled in down their way from the bar, start talking to some of the serving staff that work in the bar. And you see Skalanis off in like a corner booth talking to some gentleman. He's facing away from you, so seems to be in a conversation, hasn't really seen you, even though it's fairly dead in the bar, seems to be busy at this time.
Okay. I'll eye Oriana and Navari because he said a tiefling woman.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a little confused, but I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I'll just start sipping on my ale, I guess.
All right. Is there anything else anyone else wants to do?
Rena, I think you might like the ale more than me, and I'll push my 2 cups towards her.
Okay.
I know you
Rena's
don't drink,
like,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Okay.
No, don't turn them down. We'll take the free drinks. I'll just hand them to someone else.
They're
Who's
only
Rena?
half free. Yeah, my name is Skara. That's what I'm going with. Use that, okay?
Okay.
And she's like drinking one of them.
Okay, I guess my name will be Symmetra. Yeah, I'm Symmetra, the gnome.
I'm Scale Breath, a 100% real dragonborn.
Just so I can introduce you guys properly, if introductions need to be made. And you said scale breath? Okay. Oriana, what's your name?
A narrow.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Or broken.
Oh no.
Hello?
Yeah, now
Okay.
you are.
Here we go.
You're good.
Call me Verdant.
Ooh, okay, I love that. Okay. So what so I'm like scooting a little closer. So what was this about a tiefling woman dancing with a half-orc? There's a lot more tea that
I
I'm not
haven't
privy
the-
to.
I haven't the faintest. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, Nemeron.
Are you sure, Oriana?
Why are you calling me that? My name is Verdant.
Melody. Fair. Ooh, I'm so sorry, Verdant.
This is my first night in this place. It's quite interesting, I must say.
Yeah, this place grows on you. Don't worry, you guys are gonna have plenty of fun soon.
I think Verdant would like to dance with Skalanis.
Ooh, okay, so you have taste though.
We'll see. If the mood is right, we'll see.
I'm just sipping my ale at this point. And
Okay.
if anything, I'll order a third round.
Okay. anyone else? Okay. Event like time passes, and at maybe like 20 minutes later, Sklenis gets up from the conversation with this person, and you watch the person stays at the booth kind of sipping a drink as Sklenis sort of walks over to the bar and clocks you, and comes around and kind of sort of leans down in front of you, and just says, well, if it isn't Nemeron.
Oh my dear, and I gave him like the fake like kiss on each cheek
Yeah,
and like a little
he
tap on the
kisses.
shoulder. Yeah.
Well, it's been so long.
Yeah, it has. Decided to come back to my stomping grounds.
I see. Well, it's good to have you back.
Are you putting on a show again tonight?
I mean, I always do a little something, of course.
What's the talent like around here?
Well,
Very-
I mean, there's been some interesting folks that have passed through in the last little bit. I mean, we've got quite a few new faces in the city.
Yeah, I brought these ones along. They look a
I
little down in the dumps.
see. These are all of your new friends. Who might they all be?
I'll let them introduce themselves. They make a better name for themselves than I could ever.
Please. And he just looks over all of you.
My name is Scale Breath. I'm a dragonborn who's never been here before.
Okay, okay, a little bit of lack of intelligence. I see. Who's the next?
My name's Symmetra. That's my name. Nice to meet you.
Symmetra. Pleasure.
My name is Verdant.
Verdant. Of course you are. And you, miss?
I'm Skara. I've my third beer, and she's just drinking.
Skara, I see. And the elven gentleman?
Oh, yes. Velonaris Astrogod. Very nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure. Well, you're all going to see some fun, I'm sure. We always have something up our sleeves here. Ah, that reminds me, I should probably get things ready for this evening. Nemeron, it's been too long.
We should definitely catch up sometime soon.
We should.
Can I do an
Do you
insight
need-
check on him?
Do
To
you
see
need any
people-
help?
I'm sorry, help?
I don't know. You said you were getting things ready. I just didn't
Oh,
know
I
if you needed
appreciate
any
it.
help.
No, this is just regular business. I'll be fine.
A friend of
Um,
Nemeron's is a friend of ours.
I appreciate that. That is so kind. You wanted to insight check?
To see if he believed like the introduction that they gave, just to make sure like how on his radar are we?
Okay, go ahead and make an insight check.
Where is it? Hold up. Insight. Where? There we go. Okay, 30-20.
He seemed unfazed by your entire group.
Okay. That's not
Um,
necessarily a good thing with him, but okay.
No, like he did not seem surprised.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Okay. That's better
Um,
than nothing.
But he doesn't seem to be like eyeing anyone specifically or giving anything away or anything like that. He's just letting you kind of do whatever you want and is just unfazed by anything. So you don't get the sense that whether he knows or not anything,
He
it's
doesn't
going
give it
to
away.
yeah, it's not going to bother him unless
Okay.
there's some reason it would, kind of thing. But as he gives you sort of a nod, you see him walk back to the stage and head behind some curtains, and you assume setting up for something. At this point, people start to filter in more and more, and the business starts to pick up, and you start to see tables being taken. Are you all just hanging at the bar? Are you going to get a table? What are you doing?
I mean, whatever you guys-
Table.
Okay, we'll get a
All right.
table then.
All right, yeah. Easy enough, because you were there fairly early. You can get a table for the group of you, and you settle yourselves. Is there anything specific you all want to do? As like people start to filter in, it starts to pick up. You see people starting to take up tables and booths, getting drinks. Some getting sort of like bar food, like finger foods and things like that.
I'm
We
gonna
were
lean over
supposed
to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We were supposed to spread rumors tonight, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know
was
what you're supposed to do. This is up to you guys. Whatever you
I was
want to
gonna lean
do.
over to Navari and say, so who does the thing? Who does the spreading of the rumors? I guess me. I'm terrible at that.
I'm usually better at this, but I'm not good at not being me. Navari speaks louder. Boy, did you hear about that robbery today? In all my years as a Dragonborn, I've never heard of anything like it.
Go ahead and make a go ahead and make a persuasion with disadvantage.
Okay.
I'll give you guidance at least.
I don't think it's gonna help.
Let's do it.
Actually, make this performance.
Oh, okay. Whoop. Performance instead.
Is it the same
I guess
roll?
it's the same, yeah.
Okay,
So it'd
yeah,
be an 11.
It just makes to me like you're not persuading anyone yet, but you're putting on the performance of trying to get this information out there. So 11, and then you have guidance. So D4.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Let's go. Give us a 4.
Okay, so 14. You say this, and it's getting louder in here. But you do see like a few sort of heads sort of like turn as you're a fairly large dragonborn, and speaking fairly loud. No one specifically like comes over to your table or anything like that, but you do see a few like heads turn when you say this.
I think, like, not being in her own skin, she's very uncomfortable and making, like, wide eyes at her companions in hopes that they'll take over.
I think the disguises were a bad idea.
I don't know anything about this robbery. What happened?
I heard it was a group of people who robbed the Shield Heart Manor estate.
These shield hearts, those, the very ones.
Damn, they're ballsy, aren't they?
I heard what they took was quite valuable.
What did they take?
From what I heard, it was a shiny metal of some sort.
Oh,
Something that was very precious, one of a kind even, I think.
some might even say it was worth 50 gold or more.
We're just the worst.
I want performance checks from all of you with disadvantage, please.
Oh no! What have I done? I have advantage. Was mine
Like,
just
if
a
this
straight
is
roll?
not the worst acting I have ever fucking seen, I don't know what is.
So I have advantage on charisma checks. I'll just
I
do a straight roll
tried.
then.
Yeah, do a straight roll.
Okay.
Whoa!
That's a
Okay, natural 20.
Whoa!
Did mine not go through?
No, yeah, yours did. You got a 16.
Oh.
No, yours did.
Oops.
16.
Oh my god.
So-
Oh no.
Wow.
Okay. And then
Mine should just be chalked up to how much she's been drinking. That's going.
wait, hang on. I have. Oh, Nemaron. Hang on. Am I missing someone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing one person. Right? Who hasn't rolled?
Oriana
Oh.
rolled twice.
No, I know, but I have Zavrin, Ori, Artemis, Davari.
No, that's
Never mind.
everybody.
Oh no, that is everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
My bad.
okay.
Okay, so you get a few like heads turning your way, and giving like strange looks and like kind of listening in to what you're saying. But that's what you guys kind of notice.
Okay. Oh, this is not going the way we planned, is it? Okay.
Go out there, and we just have to go out there and spread more rumors amongst people. Interact with them at the bar, at their tables, maybe.
The thing
What
is,
was,
I'm not good at that.
What was Oriana's stage or fake name?
The stage name?
Verdant. Because she's verdant green right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Best name.
Verdant, I heard you saw the whole thing, and perhaps have a song about it.
Why would you think I have a song about it, my dear? I did see it.
Please regale us with the tale.
At this point, you hear from behind you. Did I hear song? My dragonborn friend? I would love to hear this song about this heist, apparently. Some robbery. Please, Miss Verdant. Regale us with your story. I will set everything up for you. Just give me one moment. You can be our opening act.
I hate you so much.
Is he walking away from us right now?
Yes, he begins to turn away and head towards the stage. And Nemeron, go ahead and make another insight check for me.
Oh no. Yeah, he clocked us already. Insight. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, Sklannis. He knows exactly who the fuck you all are.
Yeah.
And he knows exactly what he's doing, but he's happy to help, whatever it is you're doing, as long as it causes a little chaos and gets him a little bit of entertainment.
As he should.
And so he heads off and begins. You see setting up the stage, and you actually see a few artists step up to the stage and get behind instruments.
Okay.
And he pulls out sort of like a microphone and prepares the stage. And at this point, you're all like watching as he's like preparing things, getting the lights ready and everything like that. Is there anything you would like to do?
Artemis would like to raise a glass or pick up an empty glass specifically.
Okay.
And
well, at this point, I would say like, I mean, I'm sure there's like something you would drink, water or something.
Yeah,
or do you just not?
Here.
Yeah, like that. It's not all alcoholic, so I'd assume that you would have ordered some kind of drink. Like, is there? Does Artemis not drink anything or?
Oh, sure. We'll say water, or no.
Okay.
We'll say some type of flavored tea. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, you have that. I'll say
some tea. And I will say, well, to the group that is a good friend of mine and a good friend of everyone here, I hope we have a wonderful performance this evening. And I will cast, let's go with Eagle's Splendor at level 5 to, I can do, I think, 4 other people. Let me just double check. At 5th level, it can do enhance ability, so 4 people. I will do Oriana. Let's do Navari and Rena and Zavrin. And that
Okay.
gives you advantage on um, charisma checks.
Okay.
For the next
So who?
hour.
Wait, sorry. Who did you give it to?
Oriana,
Mhm.
Rena, Navari, and Zavrin.
Okay, so those 4 have enhanced ability, charisma, charisma checks. Okay, and then Nemeron, you still have.
I have
Actually,
mine.
at this point, yours is starting to come to an end because you've been here for a while
Okay.
now.
That's
Because
fine.
it lasts an hour, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
I will concentrate on that for an hour. Yeah.
Yep, no problem. But Nemeron, if you want to recast, you can. It's just you're coming to the end of that.
I'll recast it when I feel like I need to.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Anything else the rest of you want to do while you're watching Scalanis set up?
I'll go help him. I've seen him set up a few times. I'll go.
Yeah.
help.
And as you like step up, at first you see like a few people kind of are getting ready, but then all of the band, you recognize them. They've played here before. They like wave you through as like a few of the people are like, okay, that's fine. As you notice, like there have been a few more like minor security put up, like bouncer-esque, likely just because of the amount of patronage that have come in here. They need more. They just need more hands in case things get out of control. And so they're the ones who kind of didn't recognize you, but the rest kind of do, and they let you up on the stage. And
Okay.
Scalanis just welcomes you and like starts pointing you to like getting like lights set up and getting like some of the sort of like
The bigger stuff.
the bigger stuff like in the right places and putting things out of the way so that the stage is like ready for someone to perform on and all of that jazz.
Okay. I just I'm like next to him. Perceptive as ever, aren't you?
Oh, honey, you know that your friends are terrible liars.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean,
I'm, to be honest, your story needs a bit of pizzazz anyways, so this is going to help you if your friend doesn't completely shit the bed.
I think Verdant herself is gonna do fine.
I'm sure Verdant will do splendidly. Either
Is it
way, it's going to be great for me. Whether it's great for you, well, that's all on your friend.
Yeah. We'll see. I have faith in her though.
I have faith in this place. And myself. Because I'll spin it whatever way I need to.
That is completely fair. And I'll just keep moving whatever he needs me to.
Okay. You guys continue to work on that. Anything else that any of you guys are doing? Good. All right.
And I.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I, like, as they're getting ready to perform, can I go get another drink at the bar, but just kind of be there, just kind of like, not egg it on, but be like, yeah, wow, I can't believe that. Oh my gosh. Like, just kind of like hype up the crowd around me
Yeah.
at the
You
bar.
get up and you get the people who are like some of them are like, oh, this happens like every night. Just watch. It's gonna be amazing. And then you get other people who are like, oh, really? What's going on? Like, yeah, this is exciting. I've never seen this before. And people are some are getting excited as well. But
Like
you get the
when-
general.
When Oriana starts telling a story, I want to like hype up the story from where I am. Like, oh my god, can you
Well,
believe
it's a
that?
song.
Really?
It's gonna be a performance. So, all right. So, yeah, I'll leave you to do that. So at this point, Scalanis hops down off the stage, gives you a smack on the rear as he goes by Nemeron, and heads over to Verdant, and he says, "My lady, please, if you wouldn't mind, let's go. Let's see this wonderful song that you have to regale us about someone stealing from high nobility."
As Verdant's being led away, I'm gonna like give her a tap on the shoulder. You're gonna do great, and I'm gonna cast guidance on her.
Okay.
Because my enhanced ability's
Oh
gone.
yeah. So I'll say at this point that makes sense. So you have guidance. Guidance lasts what, a minute?
Yeah. Let's hope it does something.
Okay. It's probably not, because it's gonna take him a minute to get her like up on the stage. But as he like pulls you up and stands in front of the sort of crowd and the microphone, and he just goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, we have a special performance for you tonight. This lovely lady, Verdant, is going to regale us all with a lovely performance about a heist. Someone stole from the Shield Hearts? Well, let's see what that's all about. Let's give her a round of applause." And like claps and like sort of bows and says, "Take it away, my lady." And
I
sort of
cast
stands off to
thaumaturgy.
the
I cast
side.
thaumaturgy a second too late to clap after it's gone dead silent.
Yeah. You get like the people kind of like looking at you, but they kind of like just, you get the clap, you get a few more claps again, and then it goes quiet as the lights go down, and then you just see the band behind you. "Hey, anything special?"
I will tell them a specific sort of like key and rhythm. Screw it. I mean, are you gonna actually have me sing something? Because
I'm
I
gonna
don't
have you
anything
tell
ready.
me. I'm not gonna have you sing something if you don't want to, but I'm gonna have you tell me what you're doing.
Okay. I will
So
see.
you give them this melody. They test a few things out for a moment. Give me a performance check, just to see how well you get across the like vision of the song that you're trying to put forward with them. I believe you have advantage on this.
Oh.
Because it's a charisma check, right?
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Somebody cast.
Because of the enhanceability. Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
So 28.
So 28.
Yeah. So yeah, you're able to kind of like work with them, and they play a few things and kind of get the idea of what you're going for. And you kind of like go over the idea that you have, and you feel like they'll be able to sort of back you up in the way that you need.
Cool. Okay. Essentially to the tune of "Shut Up and Dance with Me."
Uh-huh.
Oriana is just going to sing out basically the entire rundown of what happened.
Okay.
So she'll start off, about this group of, crazy people who were allowed to stay in the Shieldheart Manor and managed to trick Aaron Shieldheart of Lux Eterna into trusting them, as they ended up stealing a valuable artifact from her manor. And as they were making their grand escape, they were caught by her and turned into cats as they tried to continue to escape and managed to slink off into the shadows.
All right. Go ahead and make another performance for me.
For the record, the whole time this is going on, Rena has like grabbed one of those little like bowls of like peanuts, and she's just like next to Nebron, like,
wow,
this is the best thing that has happened today.
All right.
Just,
With a 17?
17.
So as you begin to get through like the first sort of verse and chorus, it seems like things are picking up and the crowd's sort of going along with it. At this point, Rena, you're just eating your peanuts and watching this go by. Is anyone else doing anything?
Oh, can I do anything?
Zavern, you said you were at the bar.
Yeah, I'm gonna like gasp like when it has like big like plot twists or big plot events. I'm like, oh,
Okay,
no!
go ahead and make a performance for me. You also have advantage. All right, 18. Yeah, you get some of the group in like that are around you, sort of like gasping with you and sort of like asking you questions, like going like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. What? This can't be. Really? Like, and they're all getting into it with you and starting to like titter to each other and start to talk about it. Sorry, Navari?
I think Navari sees that it's a pretty good performance from Oriana, but like she needs a little bit of encouragement. And nothing gets the audience going like people kind of in the audience getting into it around. So I think Navari we have an advantage on charisma checks right now?
Yeah.
If we got the... All right. Well, Navari's gonna pull the loot off of her back. At this point, I'm sure everybody knows who she is, but we'll start to like try to pick up the beats of the song that's going on.
All right, go ahead and
people.
Yeah, go ahead and make a performance check for me.
Diving into one of the choruses. All right. I might destroy your song. Apologies. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so you try to jump in and pick up the melody and start to kind of like jump along, and you kind of like get up and start kind of dancing around with it, and people kind of like look at you but then like look away, and then kind of like look back at the performance, and you get the sense that most people just think you're kind of like drunk and rowdy. But you're not ruining the performance. Like, it's not hurting Oriana, but people are just kind of like, what's this weird person doing? Maybe they've had a bit too much, or they're just getting really into it. But this is just like, it's like watching, that one person who thinks they're like the best singer since sliced bread, like getting into like the song as someone's singing, and they're like trying to sing the melody and they're just very off tune, but you're into it and you look really into it, and they're like, you know what, let that person have a good time, we can still watch the performance.
It's a good thing we also have a percussionist at the table.
Well, Rena's busy eating her nuts. So Oriana,
I'm like, shut up! I throw some of the nuts at him.
At her, yeah, okay. You throw them at Navari.
Yeah, Navari.
You get a nut shower. And when people see Rena do that, they also begin to throw some nuts at you and tell you to sit down. And some of them are like, because you're very tall, you're like, we can't see. Let us watch the performance. But again, like, it's all in good fun. Like, no one is getting like rowdy or angry with you. It's more just like, sit down. You can enjoy from your seat. Oriana, you get to like sort of the next part in the song. Go ahead and make another performance for me.
32.
All right. With a 32, you find your stride a little bit more and really start to play it up and start to express the intrigue of the story of I need to know, are you just talking about how are you structuring this so that like, who are these people? Is it just random? Are you explaining who these thieves are? Are you?
I think the chorus, since the four of them are supposed to be recognized, like the chorus will, each time it comes up, be about one of them. So, the one about Navari will, be about how she's a swashbuckling rogue who deceived Aaron with guile and charm, and the one about Rena, she bashes down all the doors in their way looking for the artifact. Zavrin, who with his mighty spells kept Aaron at bay, and Nemeron, who single-handedly wrestled all of her personal guards into submission.
Okay.
That sounds awesome.
All right. So you are actually got it. Okay. So you you are able to tell the flourish of this tale and explain what each of these people did at this point in time. And at the end, when you explain how they got away with Erin sort of using her own sort of magic, but unable to catch them, you hear the crowd in the establishment go wild, and everyone gives like a standing ovation, and you see people excited and standing up and cheering and everything, and your performance comes to an end, and Scalanis comes back on, and he says, "That was wonderful. Now, if we can get to our band, they will continue to keep this evening lively. We'll be back with some more performances in just a little bit, but please don't go anywhere. Keep those drinks a-flowing." And he sort of like lets you go when you choose to, and walks kind of like off over to the band and starts to chat with them himself.
That was amazing.
Scale Breath is impressed by your full performance.
It's almost like you've done this before.
It's your proper debut.
Verdant is just kind of like smiling, but like through her teeth. I hate to leave you.
I mean, we're such good friends. Helping you get you back on your feet.
You're all such in big trouble once we're out of here.
Why? It didn't go terribly.
No, but
you see a few of the regulars come over to the table and look at you, Nimeron, and they just say, "I didn't know that you were a thief and that you were against the nobility, but good on you, I guess. That's exciting. I hope your dad doesn't find out."
Neither do I. And if he does, it's okay. I'll deal with that when it comes time, I guess.
Yeah, especially since he's like city guard and kind of has to arrest you, doesn't he? That's kind of.
I mean, I guess being part of the bloodline would help against that, don't you think?
What bloodline?
I mean, I'm his son. He couldn't.
You're a
turn a blind eye.
criminal. Yeah. I don't think he wants to lose his job, but sure. I'm
Fair.
not judging. What's in this bar stays in this bar, so hopefully it doesn't go anywhere. But I just wanted to congratulate you because it sounds like super fun.
Thank
I
you,
could
and
never do something like that.
Let's hope for your sake it doesn't leave this bar either. I'm like, look her up and down. This girl, like, let's hope it stays here where it's supposed to be.
Go ahead and make an intimidation.
I don't have it. It's fine. Let's do it. Where did I make a mistake? Probably. That's okay. Intimidation. Okay. Not bad.
like I said, I'm just here to enjoy. I was just saying that it's interesting that you'd air that business, but hey, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
vibes and
tell
good times.
anyone. Sure. Okay then. Well, I'm gonna go see my friends.
You have a good night.
Toodles.
Take care.
And walks off.
Oh no.
Well, that went about as well as I expected.
Oh no, the consequences of our own actions.
Eh. We have a house in Avonhurst. They'll be fine.
Yeah. But it's drama, but we're, I guess, doing what we wanted to do.
I mean, they don't know the reason why we're doing this in the first place. So whatever consequences I'll deal with when it comes time.
Well, let's hope that only the right people hear about
Speaking
all
of,
this.
can I make a perception check to see who, I guess, like, not clocked the story, but who like reacted in a way that we weren't expecting?
Go ahead. I'll let you make a perception check. It is very busy in here.
Okay. Cool. 15.
Yeah, it's very busy. Like everyone seemed excited and into the performance, and like I said, people gave it standing ovation and stuff like that. Based on your perception, you do see like a lot of people looking over at your table. You're not sure if it's because of like and there are some regulars that look over at your table and maybe recognize you a little bit and maybe know your name, but maybe not. But a lot of people are like just looking because of Verdant and like her performance, and
Okay.
they're like just really like impressed. You do get a couple of people that do come over to the table to like tell you, Oriana, like such a great performance. And a few of them who are like, when did this happen? I've never heard this story. Was this recent? Is this something new? Was it like years ago? This is amazing.
This happened just the other day, actually. I happened to see these many cats just flung out of the balcony, and I inquired around and found out exactly what happened.
Amazing. Well, you do fast work in just a day. That was a great song. You should totally peddle it other places because I am sure people would love it. But yes, I just want to say great performance. Hopefully we see you up there again sometime. And then kind of like leave you. But yeah, that's kind of like the rapport you're getting is like people are just impressed, enjoyed the song. You definitely clock that people took in the meaning of what was being sung about. You do see a few people like whispering. You do hear a few people like say Shieldheart, Lux Eterna, the Six, Rift. Is this bad? What's going on? But like those are like the kind of like you get some people who are like excited, some people who are like, what does this mean? Some people are like, does this affect what's going on in the city? So yeah, you're definitely hearing chatter going on about what this fallout could be. As you kind of like take stock of the whole bar, but mostly there's just like an upbeat atmosphere, and after a bit like the band plays, there are a couple of other performers that do get up to perform some music, both instrumental and like performance and sung, and get the crowd riled up just with like general like good vibe type of performances. And the night pretty much continues to like spin up as, you know, people come and go. The place stays fairly busy the entire time. Is there anything specific you guys would want to do, or would you spend your time for a little bit and then just eventually make your way back to your inn?
Are we at the end already?
No, I'm asking you
Oh,
guys. Like, I
okay.
don't want to cut off your time. If there's something
Sure.
specific you would like to do while in the Hidden Sun, please let me know, or I can cut to you guys going somewhere else. I just kind of need to know if have you accomplished what you wanted to? Is there more stuff you still want to do? Like, what's
What's Galanus doing right now? Like, what is he? Where is he?
I mean, over the course of the night, you'll see him all over, but like sometimes he's behind the bar, like doing his fancy bar tricks for people. Sometimes he's like chatting up a patron. Sometimes he's over at the stage, talking to a performer. He kind of flits about the entire night. If you want to get his attention, you can.
I'll probably once us like slowing down to talk to him. So
Okay. Easy enough to like find him in the middle. Are you calling him over to your table, or?
no, I'll go up to him.
Okay. So at some point you see him kind of like taking sort of a breather behind the bar. He's just kind of like wiping himself down a little bit because it gets hot and sweaty in there. And he just looks at you. Yes, darling.
This might make me seem like an asshole, but I do have a favor to ask of you.
And what would that be?
Can you keep an ear on the ground as far as like this story, like at least in the bar, making like just if you hear anything that may interest me, just like let me know.
Sure. How would you like me to let you know?
I mean, I'll be in the
You're the
city
one who
till-
disappeared, darling.
I know.
But I mean,
guess-
well, if this gets out, you're not gonna have. I mean, I think you'll know.
Yeah, I know. I want to see if you
I'm
can just-
surprised I didn't take you for a thief, a cat burglar.
Yeah, things got a little catty at the end there. Out of my control though. So
Mercenary.
I mean, very interesting that you would steal from. I thought you were allies, but it is what it is, I suppose. Everyone has to make their coin somehow.
true. But just if anything, just let me know. And if not, it's okay.
Of course. I will let you know. How again would you like me to let you know? Is there somewhere I can send a message to? Do you? I mean, I assume you don't want me to send it to your father, so.
Nah, I'll check in with you every once in a while.
Okay. I will keep my ear to the ground and make you aware of anything I might hear.
And I'll give him like a genuine like hug this time. Like,
Yeah,
like
he'll hug you and he'll be like, I'd be careful. We have rules here, but I can't guarantee everyone who walks through that door.
True.
So you did air quite a bit of dirty laundry, and not just about stealing from the Shield Hearts. Your friend's a magic user. Your other friends are all supposed to be lauded as heroes of the city. And now you are opposed to the Shield Hearts and also one of the main members who's kind of keeping everything together given this whole situation in the world. Is just a bit to worry about on our part. So, it would just be good if hopefully things get solved sooner rather than later.
We'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
Yes, you're burning plenty. I can see.
Yeah. I mean, the smoke's kind of hard to let me see, but it's okay. And I'll just walk away.
Toodles.
And I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. Anything else anyone wants to do? Or are you all eventually going to finish your drinks? I'll say by the end of the night and like all the just getting rounds and various drinks just to keep you going, probably like another maybe gold um for the entire group, just of the various juices and things like that you would get even if they're not alcoholic. You've been here a few hours, but
Yeah.
We got it
eventually
covered.
it all winds down, and as the night gets later and later, you all find yourselves out and heading back to the blue mattress where you have your rooms.
And as we're leaving the bar, can I like just keep an eye out on my surroundings?
Yeah.
Because I'm a little after Escalana said that, I'm just a little anxious, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception. Let's go.
All
Okay,
right. With a
27.
27, as you're like initially heading out of the bar and walking away, you see a couple of people smoking that kind of like look your way, but it doesn't look like anything sort of malicious. If anything, it's just more, again, admiration for like your group and Verdant, who did a wonderful performance and stuff like that. But as you continue walking, you don't get the sense like anyone's following you or
Okay.
anything like that. It seems like you're free and clear to head back to wherever you're staying.
Okay. Oh no. I mean, we did what we accomplished, I guess.
This is what I was
It'll
worried
work.
about.
It'll work out in the end. I don't know what everybody is so concerned about. It's not like Aaron didn't let us take the thing. It's just right now we are manipulating the situation. It'll be cleared up eventually.
I will say I'm a bit worried about the letter that I was given by the king here. He said that he wanted to make peace with him, and it looks like we're trying to go against the king now. I worried what Kigu may think when we say that we want to take all of his people and put them into a camp in the city when we're, speaking out against Luxaturna and such.
Okay, well, first off, we should not word it that way, because that is a very bad way to word that.
Well,
Pretty-
I'm not the best with the words, but sure, yes.
Yeah.
We're not being overheard at this point.
If you go ahead and make a perception check.
Guidance.
I'll do that. I'll make one too, because
Oh, who's doing perception check?
I think we all should. If we're all trying to keep an eye out, or at least people who are.
I mean,
Yeah, John,
I'm yeah, I mean, like, yeah, if
Nat 20.
17.
yeah, okay. So yeah, the two of you, as you kind of like stop for a moment talking, don't get the sense that like I said, you also don't get the sense that anyone's following you or specifically listening to you, at least in the vicinity that you're in, as you're like walking along down the streets. I mean, there are some people out, but you don't get the sense of like, and some people do like look at you as you pass by, but nothing that you wouldn't just see passing someone on the street.
Well, I'll keep myself quiet until we get to the rooms.
Yeah.
What I'm worried about is this has probably shaken the public's faith in us. We were kind of extolled as the people who could help with this. And now we've painted a picture of discourse amongst us and Lux Turner.
The worst part is
It-
that behind the scenes, it's hopefully going to a noble goal, but I guess.
Well, we're committed to this at this point, I would say.
Yeah.
We need to
scale-
accomplish. Oh, go ahead.
in-
The problem is we need a step in to the door. And without having a foot in the door, we won't have any chance to even talk to Kigu. Once we have our face-to-face with Kigu, we can actually figure out how to have this conversation with him. But until we do that and we are face-to-face with him, we're not going to have any idea of how to negotiate a way around these. We can always clear up our names later.
Well,
Because actions speak louder than words and rumors. Rumors are rumors, but if you continually show that you can do good things, that is what matters. But we had to have a way in.
Well, I should clarify. I'm not worried that our reputation is tarnished. I'm just worried what damage have we done while we are trying to accomplish a greater good.
I can tell you, books, just continue to do what you do for the people. That does not change. It just means that we might have similar goals to people, but it does not mean we are bad people.
Will be less damage than bombings in the city. So the sooner the bombings stop, the less damage there is.
And that is why we are committed at this point, I think.
I mean, psychological damage is a lot harder to recover from.
Once we've had, as you said, once we've had a chance to sit down and talk with Kigu, I think we should be very open with him and the Shatterbrand.
And say what? That we're doing this to make sure that we ensure peace between him and the city, or him and the royalty.
That it is safer for everyone if the two sides cooperate.
We could even tell them that the thing that we have is a sign of, wanting to at least have them safe in the city, and that it was actually technically given to us by Erin. And then she wanted us to also be able to bring people in to have their people safe as well. Because that is the ultimate goal, is to bring the people back into the city, right?
Yes.
And have everybody be safe so that they are not outside of the city being destroyed by these darkness creatures.
True. I mean, I guess we'll have that conversation once we know we have an audience with Kigo. Like, once we know we're gonna sit down and talk with him.
And the first step is to draw the attention. It's like a trap in hunting. Have you never done this?
No, I understand the premise. Again, I'm just... If we were to leave right now, for example, the people would think that there's a lack of cooperation and lack of harmony between the people who have gone out of their way to help everyone. And that is not good.
It's not forever.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, we need to do this good. Not for our sake, but for everyone's sake, for the people's sake.
And then that is what we will do. You have an audience. You have people who are going to be interested now in the story of the Six. So when you come back, you can then spin another one of your songs that talks about the way that they are actually mending, and that this heist was not meant to be just a heist. It was something planned between Loxy Turner and things to mend the relationship between the people of the city, to bring everyone together in hard times.
Yes, that is.
You have to show people that there is a process. Sometimes when there are people who do not understand one thing, or they have so much of a rift that they are not willing to listen, that sometimes you have to be willing to step across the rift and talk to the person on their terms first, before you can actually get them to come into the middle and meet in the middle.
I know.
Scale Breath does not know the Six, but he trusts them implicitly.
Oh my God.
If he was an ally of the Six, he believes that they had the best of intentions.
Okay, I need to teach you how to lie better.
I think he's doing fine.
You guys have at this point gotten to the blue mattress, and you step inside, and the place is fairly empty as it's very late or early morning. you just see the proprietor kind of cleaning up. She kind of gives you all a nod, waves at you, and kind of like lets you go about your business.
Don't worry, everybody. It's just me, Navari.
Do
My
you say
seeming
that?
might have-
Where are you?
I'm just going to put a hand over Navari's mouth and just walk her up to our rooms.
Okay. I assume at some point, Zavrin, you'll probably drop the.
Yeah, it's 8 hours as well. So I mean, assume we put it on like 6 or 8 p.m., then it would only get us like 2 or 4 p.m.
2 or 4 a.m. You mean?
Yeah.
You're not there yet. Don't worry. It's
Okay,
not
good.
that like you still have time, but it's up to you on if you would have wanted to drop it at any point. But you get up to your rooms. You do have 2 separate rooms, one for the women and one for the men. But you are welcome to go into one together if there's anything you would like to talk about. But as you kind of like get up to the rooms and sort of talk about the seeds you've sown this very evening at the Hidden Sun and potentially elsewhere, that is where we'll take our break for the evening. So please, everyone, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a quick break to use the restroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, and we will be back very shortly with the rest of this interesting tale. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Our catastrophe.
All right, everyone, we are back. So you all are at your tavern and inn. You could go to bed if you would like, or you can converse in one of your rooms. What would you all like to do? Is there more conversation that needs to be had, or are you just heading to sleep and picking up the next day?
When we came in, did we have to sign like a ledger with our names on it? Like, I think Nemeron paid for the room or Navari paid for the room. Did
I
either
paid for
of
the
them?
rooms.
Did you have
Yeah,
to like
no.
sign a book saying Nemeron, 2 rooms?
A login sheet.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that one's concerned.
You were just given 2 room keys.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
no,
everyone's
they
concerned would be
don't
like,
have
police are
they
gonna
don't
come
have
middle of night and be like, wake up!
the legal stuff that we do today, where you have to sign your name and pay a deposit and put your credit card down and all of that stuff. No.
Okay.
You mean they don't have retinal scanners?
Yeah, no.
No blood samplers.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Nemeron just asked for 2 rooms and was given 2 room keys.
Where's the 2-factor authentication?
Did we take the SIN cards out of our sending
Mhm.
stones?
No, there's a microchip in the back of our necks.
Oriana's just gonna go to bed. She's exhausted.
Okay. Oriana heads off to the room to get ready and head to sleep.
Artie, you've been very quiet. You good?
I'm just thinking about my mother. We're trying to kind of free her. I appreciate everybody's help for it, but I think we're going about it in an interesting way. I know that there's a lot more people that are trying this than any other way, so I guess I'll support you through it. But I spoke to a friend of mine, Ginger. She was with my mother for a while, and a few years ago, or many years ago, about 10 or so, she was taken by the Shadowbrand and I tried to connect with her and wanted to find out where she was and thought she may be able to help us. But she had some things going on, and I don't even know if she's around here. So I was trying to think if I should message her again, and that's kind of been on my mind. I already sent 2 messages, and Oriana said, well, don't send a third, it'll just overwhelm her. So I'm just kind of thinking about what I might say next, and if that might be, if I should abandon that approach and just stick with what we got going here.
Well, I mean, I think different paths to the same goal, it wouldn't hurt. At least that's just me.
Yeah, Ginger did say that she would contact me next, so I guess I'll wait to see what she has to say.
Okay, yeah, wait for that call back before you decide to reach out again. So that was, you. What did you think of the Hidden Sun? How did you feel about it?
Being at that location was fine by me. I don't have anything against anyone else. I think we got our point across of saying that we're, trying to be on the side of the Shadow Brand, or at least against Lux Eterna. It seemed to be an interesting place. It sounded like you had history there. How was it for you?
I mean, it was okay. I mean, I haven't been there in a while. It was familiar ground. But, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, he's still doing his thing, I guess. But I have a feeling we should let Aaron know what we've done. Or is that against?
Well, you might have a point there. I was kind of thinking about it a little bit, because I know I don't need to stay at this location. I could go back and chat with her and tell her a bit of what had happened. And just a thought. I know you probably want to try not to.
I mean, I guess just mitigate the damage as much as possible.
Never on make an intelligence check.
Oh no. Okay. I should be
Yeah,
good at
come on,
this.
you should be able to do this.
Let's
Just a
hope
big
so.
brain.
Are you wearing your glasses?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I always
When
have
you
them
sleep,
Yeah.
even when you sleep, you can crush them that
Well,
way.
you don't have to be necessarily wearing, like, the wearing them just gives the dark vision. Just being attuned to them. So even if, like, you have them up on your head, you're still attuned to them, you still get the intelligence. It's just wearing them gives you the dark vision. The extra dark
Okay.
vision, which you don't even need.
Okay.
17. You implicated majority of your group stealing from the Shieldheart
Yeah, I did.
Manor and Aaron and having a rift. Even though Oriana and Artemis weren't part of the story, they're still part of the 6.
by association.
They associate with you. So depending on how you want to swing this, like, it's either all together or half and half. But, like,
Okay. I mean, what do you guys think? Should we tell her? I mean, I'd rather mitigate as much damage as I can, considering the damage we've already done.
Courtesy sending couldn't hurt. Probably not face to face though. You never know who's watching.
That's fair. I mean, we do have the devices.
Right. The walkie-talkie. They sending stones. The magic stones.
communication.
I don't know.
devices, yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how we wake up in the morning, I guess, if we wake up. That will be fine. Yeah, I'm
just
gonna
add
do
that I didn't want to be a part of the stealing, and I guess that is too much to say that I wasn't now. Although my name wasn't implicated, it may seem that the group of 4 have gone and done something else without the permission of the other 2. I again don't want to have anything else on my ledger, but that may have just happened. I guess I do want to clear my name with Erin and say that I was not one who was stealing from her. And I also now just realize association with you, I probably shouldn't be seen around you.
That's fair.
Kind of like to go back to her and stay at that location if I can.
Okay. Did Oriana mention our names at all in this?
Yeah.
She did.
That's why I specifically asked. I
the
was
four
like,
then.
who are
Only the
you?
four.
Are you saying people? And she talked about you
Okay.
all, and like even talked about Zavrin flinging magic.
Okay.
So this is
Artemis-
why.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
why I was asking. I wanted to know how you were describing this tale. So
Okay.
Artie, you didn't do anything wrong. Your
No.
conscience is clean. We haven't actually done anything illegal. We'll fix this. We'll bring in the Shadow Brand either as allies or otherwise, and clear our names.
And if anything, we'll take the brunt of it, so you don't have to.
Very true. If we can get to that point, I mean, we don't even know where they are. How well do you know the people that we're getting our knowledge from? How long have you been working with them?
Oh, I know they're kind.
So you have worked with them before. You know they're kind. Can you tell me about them? What have you done with the Shadow Brand? How do they know they can get us our information?
Oh, well, there's two of them.
Okay.
And Davian, Davin whispers to him like in mind talk. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. What's their face in Daverin?
Uh-huh.
And they strongly suggested that they know how to get in touch with the Shadow Brand. I'm sure it's fine. We've most likely been heard about by the Shadow Brand at this point, even if it's not those two.
Okay, so we're gonna ask that they meet with Kaigu. Is that what you told them that's what we'd like to do and deliver them a message? Or what did
Kaiju,
they...
yeah.
Yeah. Do I believe him?
her.
I know that he lies. Sorry, her.
Yeah, you can go ahead and make an insight and go ahead and make a deception.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'm back being Navari, so my deception.
I mean, this is what I'll say because this is like,
Yeah. Seems to be true.
well,
Okay.
I'm not gonna say that because like you're not a stupid individual. Someone's talking to you like this. I don't care unless your intelligence is like sub sapient understanding.
Mhm.
You're going to kind of be like, this is kind of weird. But you get the sense of like Navari seems to like believe that like she could get the information. You're just not sure, like it's not all piecing together for you. But you don't get a sense of like she's outright like lying or anything like that.
Mhm. But I believe we'll have some different ways to get some information, so that'll be good. We'll see where we can go from there. And it sounds like the meeting's tomorrow, so we'll have time to kind of prepare and be ready. Does anyone have particular expectations of what we might get ourselves into? Should I prepare spells for protection? Should I plan to infiltrate? Should we plan to attack? What do we think we want to do when we get this information?
I think if anything, keeping ourselves safe, like keeping each other safe, would be the main priority. If shit hits the fan, which I'm pretty sure it will eventually.
I would prepare for a fast exit.
That sounds good. We could definitely do that.
Okay.
I think Navari sensing the little bit of like unsureness from Artemis, so I think she's gonna just sort of like walk over to Artemis and like put a big reassuring hand on your shoulder and says, look, Artie, I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. If push comes to shove, I'll throw myself at that knife and do whatever I can to clear all of your names.
That's mighty fine of you. I appreciate the honesty of taking care of the mistake we may have made, and we'll see if that's true. I do have unsureness, and I don't think we're in over our heads quite yet. But I'll check with Erin. And is there anything specifically you'd want me to tell her as I'm staying at her abode for this evening?
I mean, she already knows that we're part of this. We specifically asked to, swipe that from her. I mean, no. I mean, she's
Okay,
privy to it as much as we are.
I won't tell her what we've done tonight then. I won't tell her that we were at the place and we made a story and such. I'll just go back and say that I spent some time with my mother and that we're working on getting information from the Shadowbrand.
In a more above the table way.
I mean,
Well-
when you boil it all down, we haven't actually done anything wrong.
In the eyes of the people, though, especially now during
Then
this.
when we disclose what actually happened, they will understand that it didn't actually happen the way that the rumors have said.
Hmm.
When we fully disclose, because it's not something that we have to stay hidden, like the whole motive and what happened has to stay hidden forever. And of
True.
course, Erin is still our ally. She will back us up and say, yes, this was the plan. Or I did allow them to take this item from me was, I'm at least assuming she would do that because she is still our friend.
Yeah, perhaps she won't press any charges. That we're not totally
Why
out
would
of
she
it.
press charges? She gave us the thing.
Yeah, Nemeron, based on that intelligence check, it's not that Erin is going to do anything to you guys. She was in on it. It's if some of your group goes to her house and stays with her.
Hmm.
Are you guys like? Was it all staged?
Okay.
Like understand that then if that's the case, you'd better not be seen together. Like if that's how you're playing it, like the two members who weren't a part of this have nothing to do with it, then they should never be seen with you guys, and you guys should be split. If you're all in this, then you're all in it together. But if you're not, and you're just kind of like, we'll just come and go as we please, then your whole story kind of falls apart and becomes useless because it's like everyone will know that
It was staged.
it was staged. So that's what you're getting is not we're gonna go to Erin's house and get instantly arrested because she's gonna have the guards come after us because she was the one who said, yeah, let's do this.
It's like our credibility is gonna fall apart.
Yeah,
Or the
like
story is.
why you originally did this and had this done was to gain the street cred that you are actually miscreants. Yeah,
And
that are
Bari-
causing an issue.
Barry told her that's what we were doing.
Yeah, so
That we needed street cred.
So
Okay.
like it's not that you'll lose it. It's just that that you'll get in trouble with Erin, but your credibility of the whole thing that you just
Will be
did
questioned.
might be in question. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
I
like
mean,
as
that's
soon as Erin lets say like Artemis into the house and says like, hey, yeah, sure, stay here, she's gonna have to then go and explain to everyone this actually wasn't a thing.
Okay.
So that's what you get from like that understanding is it's not that you're going to instantly get arrested.
It's just that our credibility we work.
Yeah, you're
towards.
trying to build a story of this is actually what happened, and then you're going to kind of going back on that. So it's
Okay.
either this happened, and if Oriana and Artemis don't want to be associated with it, that's fine because right now you are criminals in the eyes of everyone, and anyone playing along or anyone not knowing the full story is going
Be
to
part
come
of
after
it.
you if they find out that this thing has happened. However, if you backtrack off of that, then that's fine.
Well,
You'll
we
have
just
some
at least-
explanations to do and everything like that, but then understand that the whole reason that you went through all of this trouble will get lost. So it's up to you guys on how you want to handle that. But that's what you get with that intelligence check. It's less of like, worrying about Erin.
Okay. And we're more worried about the eyes around, like the eyes.
Yeah,
on
like
us.
right now, you know that perception is probably like if this gets out, you don't even know how far this has gotten yet. You only just did this. But if this gets out, obviously initial perception from everyone not in the know, basically you guys, not you guys in Lux Eterna, are gonna think that
We're
one you
backstabbers.
guys are criminals, and two that there's like this issue between the two of your groups, and that you're not as trustworthy as everyone once thought. But that was the light you were trying to paint yourselves in for this. If you go back on that can probably be fixed fairly quickly. But
the repercussions of that.
But then,
Okay.
then you lose what you were trying to do. So it's completely up to you guys what you want to do. But that's the understanding that you get from this.
Okay. I mean, just keep in mind though that if you do want to clear our name, then we can't, like, you can't be seen with us if you don't want to be implied or implicated. That's a word.
Well, I think that would be challenging then, because in the future, if we were to meet up and talk with the Shadow Brand, I wouldn't be able to assist you, because we'd be going there together and kind of being seen with all these people. I guess it.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to be implied, you can't be part of any of it. And I don't mean that to be an asshole, you know. It's just
Well,
that if you want to keep your hands
you all
clean.
alone by this. You're doing what you can to help me, so I'm not going to leave you. I'll stay here. I won't spend time with Aaron. We'll keep it all together, and we'll be criminals. Okay.
Are you sure you want to tarnish your name like that?
Well, I think if it all ends out okay, we'll be fine. As Navari and everyone has been saying, if we get the Shadow Brand to come and rectify and keep the peace, then we will be heroes in our own right. I could see that working for our favor.
Okay.
Even after that, a juicier piece of gossip will come along and just clear everything out.
One can only hope.
Just doing this as quick as we can. And it's not like we're going to do this every night.
Fair. Okay. Do want to make sure that you're okay with the path that we're taking and you being a part of it.
Well, I will say I don't have much choice, but I don't want to make things worse for you. And moving out and trying to go back would make things worse. I'd like to stick to the plan you guys have put so much effort into doing.
Okay.
I'll stay here with you tonight. That's my plan.
And Oriana's asleep, right?
Yeah, she left already.
Okay.
She went back to her room.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed then. I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right. The rest of you are heading to rest.
Yep.
All right. You all head to sleep. It is a relatively uneventful evening. You all get your long rest. Yep. When you wake in the morning, in the women's room, on the on one the desk, sort of like the writing desk across the way in the room, is a black and red breastplate.
Ooh, Santa came.
Oriana is going to just
I don't know what
kind of
that
like a
means.
sense for. She's excited.
Okay.
Christmas morning.
Sorry, it's black and gold. Black and gold breastplate.
What
Oh,
is
that
that?
looks heavy.
Oh, shoot. I don't have to identify anymore. Damn it.
What is it, Oriana?
I'm gonna pull the copper pin out of my hair. Severin, get over here. Get over here now. I need you.
Sorcerers don't have identify at a game meta.
Shit. Who has identified? Nobody has identify?
Wizards, artificers, and bards only.
You will have it in the morning.
It's a breastplate, Oriana.
The doodle hopper.
It's
I
armor.
want to know. I want to know what it does.
You can know in the morning. Go to sleep.
No, it is the morning.
It is morning. It is morning.
It is the morning. You guys woke up and saw this.
Oh, it is the morning.
Drink your coffee, Rena.
If you spend an hour with it,
I
and
don't
you're
need coffee,
tuned
I
to it,
need
you'll be able to
pastry.
know what it does. You don't have to identify it. You can just put it on and see what it tells you. How you feel when you wear it.
Yeah, but that might be its own issue.
It's probably not cursed.
I don't think Oriana
I don't think
can
it's
even
even
wear it.
cursed. That's the problem. Yeah, can Oriana even attune to it?
Who can wear it?
The two
It's
clerics.
medium armor.
It's medium
So
armor, I believe. Yeah.
Clerics
Well,
or
I
anybody
don't
wearing
know it.
medium.
I am armorless.
Technically, I could.
Put a shirt over it.
Okay, well, who's taking? I want to know what it does.
It's one size fits all. Come on.
I think Artemis can wear it. I think Nemeron could if he wanted to, and Navari could as well. I mean, technically Rena could as well, but it's probably worse for her given stats and stuff.
Sorry, Oriana. I'm kind of topped out for magical stuff.
I mean, I can swap it out for the armor of frost that I wear. It's okay, I guess. It protects me a little bit if I get hit. I can wear it for today, and we can see if it's something that'll be valuable to the others.
Oh, yeah. We'll just see what it does and figure it out from there. It's not like we're super busy having to stay on the move.
Right? It kind of adds a little gold to my purple outfit that I got going on. I look a little bit different, but I'll put it on.
I'll help him get it on, because Oriana
Okay.
is excited.
I'm less thrilled about somebody coming into a room in the middle of the night and putting this here. What? Why?
Oh no, Asmodeus probably did it.
Oh, that's fine.
I mean, he probably could have, like, given it to someone and they brought it into the room, but I think he just, left it there well, we haven't, we've never gotten this confirmed, so I'm just gonna say it, like Santa Claus.
Right. He snuck into our room, shirtless and glistening, and left this breastplate here.
Why do I always sleep through all the fun things?
All right. So
Strap.
you
Straps.
put it on, and I guess you all head down to breakfast.
Onto the pastries.
All right. Your breakfast was included in your stay. You are able to get a wide assortment of yummy foods and pastries and breads and cheeses and meats and things like that.
What are you
What-
wearing?
Oh,
Sorry.
no, that's fine. You see Artemis.
It looks nice on you. What is it?
Well, we got this new breastplate here. It seems to come from Asmodeus. I think if we can kind of gain its power and see what it does, no one really knows what it does, so I'm testing it out, trying to be the help that I can for the group, and I will relay this information to Oriana. She seems very excited.
To me. I'm very
Oh,
excited.
yes.
Okay.
You're not worried that it's evil.
It could be.
Jewish,
I
it's
don't
not
know.
evil.
I trust Oriana.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Is it? You said it's black and gold.
Black and gold.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't have identify. Shit.
None of us do.
Okay.
Well,
I guess I'll just be-
we need to decide what we're doing for today. We've got to go like 12 hours before we may meet up with the other people. What do we want to plan to do?
That I'm not sure of.
Can we get any kind of information on any other items?
Oh, we have the
just-
six that they told us about.
And of course, this one. And Rena just pulls her sword out and is like just holding it.
And above table, that's the one from Coralin, right?
My sword?
No, the
Yeah.
sword is of
Raven Queen.
Oh,
Raven
Raven
Queen. Okay.
Queen.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay. I mean, when they were talking about the artifacts, I did make a list. Hopefully, I have one from Lirael or Lolth, Paylor,
Lolth.
Sehanin, Bahamut, Moradin, and Coralin. Because those were the 6 that were there.
I don't know if Corlin gave you one.
No,
No,
I have
oh.
Coralins.
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Oh, okay.
Berlin's is the book.
I posted it in Discord chat last week or a week before. I think I pinned it.
Okay.
Did I? Well,
Well, there's a second shield too, because there was one.
You only got you were only given 5, I think,
5,
of the
okay.
6 in there because you already had one from Corlin.
Okay.
Hmm.
And then now you got the one from Asmodeus.
Okay, so the 5 that I gave off, that's what I had written down.
Studded leather in the lair of the abyss.
There's plate armor in Zarithamar, the old ruins.
Mhm.
There's robes by the Unseelie.
Feywild.
The Naganata at the top of Avonhurst Rise, or the past temple, and I have a shield beneath Verdun Ambolt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what feels achievable?
And then you were
Honestly,
also
not today.
also told you can look into other gods' stuff as well.
And then we have Asmodeus said that, or Asmodeus told Oriana there's a shield, right? And the
Yeah,
armor?
we have 2 shields, an Asmo shield and
Valor.
Valor.
Okay.
Top animal creature.
Valor, Gungnir, Alokis Bond, Mage Slayer, and Aileron. Right?
Aileron, yeah.
Aileron. Oh, okay.
Is Aileron the studded leather?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. It's the only one I didn't have a name for.
Mage Slayer is
The
the
plate
plate
armor.
armor. Valor is the shield. Gungnir is the Naginata. And Aloki's bonds are the robes.
Oh, it's Gungnir. Oops. Hold on. Okay. I mean,
It's like a spear-like sword thing.
Oh, okay. It's like a pole arm.
Yeah, Naginata, yeah.
Okay.
Well, which do we need, though? I mean,
Right.
we could, if it's easy to get to it, but we don't need it, then that's a waste of our time.
I mean, technically the closest one is Verdun Ambolt. Technically.
I mean,
Well-
we're not going to be able to find these
No.
now.
Okay.
We still need to take care of business here.
I know, but like if
But-
like traveling wise, the closest one would be Valor.
We go look for more information in the city while we're here.
Remind
Or
me,
we'll
who
travel.
did you all see when we were at Avonhurst Rise?
Oh,
I initially saw Ayun, but now I kind of follow Asmodeus. And I think if I remember correctly, your spectacles are hers.
I think I saw Arathis.
We did.
Yeah, she was in golden armor, dark hair.
But you follow
Sehanin.
Sehanin.
I follow Avandra, but I haven't met her before. I've
Who did you
heard
see?
her, but I haven't seen her. She's never been at any of the meetings that we've had.
Oh, you did see her once. You did. You saw her at Avonhurst. Because
Oh,
she was the
okay.
one who spoke to you. I don't know if you knew. I don't know if you knew it was her though, because she never introduced herself,
Yeah.
and you'd never
Okay.
seen a vision of your god. So
Yep.
you
God, they're
that
so
is
rude.
that is correct. But what you saw was a dark-haired elven woman who spoke to you.
So
Like-
maybe you could try praying to her and see if she can tell us anything about her artifacts.
I certainly can. I haven't really prepared my spells this morning. I just came down to chat with people and put the armor on. I can do so later today and see if I can connect with her.
Wait, I don't think you ever told us who you saw there.
The person that I saw was sitting next to my mother, and I think was kind of protecting or. Yeah, I didn't get anything specific of guidance except that I should not go too hastily towards the mage hunters, and in due time I'll be able to take a path and get me to where I am, which I'm pretty much here. I think I've taken my time and patience, and my reward will be soon.
Yeah, sorry, Artemis. I meant Navari. Navari never told us.
mistake.
I don't think.
What happened? I told you.
Who you saw at Avonhurst when we all met with Scots.
Oh, one of the gods.
You're
I
so
believe-
specific, Navari.
Out of character, I believe it was Melora.
Mhm.
Without pulling my notes up.
It is.
But yeah, out loud. Oh yeah, one of the gods like all the rest of you.
Actually, speaking of that, would I have known I saw Arathis? Like, would I have known it was her?
Yes. You would, because you have
a holy person.
you've learned some religion. You like just in your natural study of Sehanine and like the creators, you would just naturally have learned kind of the domains of each. You would have definitely known it wasn't Sehanine, and then kind of putting two and two together, you would know it's Arathis.
Okay. Yeah, Rena, who did you see when we were up there with our whole acid trip?
You're muted.
Would Rena have known his name, or can she just describe?
Yeah, you would,
Okay.
because
Well-
quite a few of your people worship him.
I actually met Cord.
Really?
He is very, very attractive. Just so you know. Just putting that out there now. He is very strong.
Okay.
He basically told me to stay with all of you. So for now, that is what I'm doing. So whatever you all decide, I will stick with you because, you know, he seems to know what he is talking about.
Okay. I'm surprised I didn't see Sehanine up there. I mean, I don't really touch on Arathis' faith at all.
Maybe you should try reaching out to her.
Maybe.
Gifts.
My husband loves me.
These are all of the artifacts you guys are getting.
Girl guide cookies.
And
Yeah.
they're
Small
handed,
up
they're
north.
handed by a disembodied person.
They're the best. They're the best type of gift ever.
He just walks in with a bag and just starts handing me cookies.
Yeah. Cookie?
I love that for you.
Cookie?
I mean, so other than the artifacts, the closest one, like I said, would be Valor Moradin's.
You did see Sehanine, by the way, in that room. So
Yeah.
You should never talk to her.
I did talk to her. Just once.
Yeah,
It was like a small,
but you just like said like hi.
like nervous panic.
I mean, I don't consider myself super religious, at least not in the way that you two are. But the way I sort of honor Asmodeus and sort of reach out to him, I just write in my book.
Yeah, I'd like to reach out to Asmodeus.
No,
I appreciate that.
no. That you two in the same room, that would be bad. And not the good bad.
I mean, or we could always go back to Avonhurst after we take care of stuff here, obviously.
I mean, but it's not like I even really pray to him. I talk to him. I honor him.
Is he a pen
know?
pal?
I mean, I don't abuse it. I don't ask him every little thing like, oh, should I have bacon or toast for breakfast today? You know, I don't do that. It's just I try to keep his tenets, and if I need to speak with him, I write, and he responds usually.
I mean, whatever you did, he clearly answered you with that armor.
It would seem so, yes. But I mean, I think everyone here could do that.
Maybe not as easily.
I don't think I've tried writing in Coralon's book, but I suppose I could, and I don't think he'd respond to me quite the same way.
Or
I don't think
did
that was
not
who you
give me
saw
a book.
either, right?
No, I saw Ayun and Groomsh.
And I have no idea how these things work. All I know, they just make me see better, make me smarter. But other than that, they're just decorative. Don't smite me.
Well, I was just saying, we're trying to find out what other artifacts are out there. And there are all these gods that we haven't spoken with, at least not directly, not about artifacts. It just seems
true.
like that's an untapped market, so to speak.
Well, I'm not terribly keen on it, But I could try to reach out to Melora. I don't know how. And some of the robes are in the Feywild, or the robes are in the Feywild, correct?
Hmm.
Yes, I have no intention of going to the Feywilds unless we know what they do, which we probably should go to a library or something and open some
Yeah.
disgusting books and read some lore about what these things actually do.
Yeah.
No, you know what? The Feywild, you just have to kind of go in hip deep and hope for the best.
Don't eat their food.
Don't eat
accept-
the food.
Don't
No,
eat the
don't-
food.
Don't accept any offers from them. I don't know. I'm just making
Don't-
some things up.
That
Sleep
place
with
sounds
anybody.
horrible.
Yeah, it does. Their food's delicious, though. I assume.
Just, yeah, anything there that seems cool. Don't
Take it
do
right away. Oh. Sure.
I connected with her once. I'm not thrilled about the idea of doing it again, but I could try.
Why not? What? Okay, if that's too much, you don't have to share. I don't want to push any buttons.
I think Navari thinks about this for a moment and says, I've been trying to follow her advice, which is why I'm here, and it feels like mixed results.
I mean, the gods themselves said that they're not perfect. They make mistakes sometimes.
Right. And great.
I don't know that Card necessarily was there or said that he was not perfect.
Fair.
I don't think he was at that meeting. I don't remember. I know that the Bahamut guy was there and the Pillar person was there, but I did not really know the rest of them.
I don't think any of us have seen.
Or Oriana, go ahead and make a intelligence check. Actually, anyone who wants to can make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Depends
Or
what it is.
or a history. History or intelligence.
Oh, or a history?
Yeah.
I might have history.
They're the same. So I'm just gonna do intelligence.
It's a +8 instead of a +6, so a 14.
Okay, 14.
Oh, man.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Okay.
So out of character.
Yeah, Navari.
Yes.
You know, because you remember from the first ruins, the ruins of madness, you were saved. Well, you went in with Liz and Charlie, and then when you fought against the demon, Charlie ended up using an interesting ability, calling in Driders to help you fight against that demon. And then was called out for being the avatar of Lolth. And then Aaron teleported in and used an ability to basically heal you all back to full and bring you back from almost death. And you learned that she was the avatar of Palar. Piecing that together in that room, Palar was there, standing behind Aaron. Lolth was with Charlie. Sehanine was beside Liz. Bahamut, Freya. Moradin, Kane. And Corlin, Fulton.
Oh, okay.
I will relay this information.
That is likely why those gods were there.
So, does that mean we're supposed to become like Lux Eterna? Like just embodying the might of a god on this mortal plane?
I mean, I won't be shy about it. I'm actively trying to figure out what it means to be an avatar.
I don't know
Because-
if I'm up for that. That seems like a lot of responsibility.
I
You
mean,
get the. I will tell you were put on Avonhurst Rise to show your potential, but there is no
Guarantee.
guarantee or requirement. It is
Okay.
all on you at the end of the day. But you know that that journey is taken by people who are actively looked at if for their potential, and that's why the gods have been paying probably closer attention to you. That's also likely why they've been using their power to stave off Tharsden's influence. Because there is
So-
potential in you, but it's not, you don't have to follow anything, you don't have to do anything specific, and you have never been, in any of your guidance, have never been given directives in this is what you need to do.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it's just me, but I mean, what Charlie and Aaron both did, that's pretty freaking cool. I would love to be able to do something like that.
Like, would I have seen them do that too, or what is that?
Yeah, you were there.
Yeah, I was there,
You
okay.
remember, like, Charlie was on the other side of, like, a wall and managed to summon in these two
Striders.
Driders that
Okay.
ended up fighting this demon next to you. And then you remember Aaron teleporting in and this golden light just bathing you. And then you also just recently watched her call upon that light and literally pierce through the entire darkness, create that light barrier, and all of the shadow creatures, when they tried to fly into it, just disintegrated against it.
Okay.
So we could potentially talk to Charlie if we wanted information on the artifact that Loth has, the studded leather armor.
Oh, that's a great idea, actually. She might
But
know.
But we just
Yeah.
made the implication that we're
Right.
Oh, we can't do it now.
Yeah.
We have the-
We'll have to finish
the
this
dead.
business first, but that's
Please
a
the
great
do
were
that.
idea.
there. She was there. Or was it Charlie?
They were all there.
Charlie was there, yeah.
Well, they were there. I'm just saying.
I mean,
it's
but we didn't
probably, They
ask.
probably know what happened.
Yeah.
It's not like Navari was like, "Hey, Aaron, come over here." He just started. Well, sorry. She just started to say,
Well-
"Oh, we want to do this and we want to do these things," and said that in front of them, and they were all like, "Huh? Do you not remember this?"
No, it's that again, it's less. It's less that we're worried about having harmed our relationship, and more of we can't be seen with them if we want to keep this illusion around. This
Yeah,
illusion
that's-
of that we
So, For now.
betrayed them and stole from them and all. Yes, for now. Once we're done with this, once we've finished our business here, it's. I mean, I could.
We have the doodads, so we could just talk to them.
It's true.
I don't know how these work. I don't know if these can be tracked. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Well, it has the specific buttons. Take a push.
Yes, but again, they people around us can see it. And if
Yeah.
talking to Lux Atena, I mean, I'll pull the copper pin out of my hair. Oh wait, no, hold on. We're out in public right now. Maybe
Yeah.
casting arcane magic out in public,
Yeah,
not a good idea.
yeah. If you go back to your room, you could do either if you want.
But once we know what this does, I'll find somewhere quiet and call Charlie and see what she knows about that. What was whose was Mage Slayer?
Mage Slayer was. I just.
Pelor.
had it open.
Hello.
Yeah, it was Paler.
So we could try and ask Erin
Erin
if she
herself.
knows. Aloki's bonds were
Say Hanin. That's Liz.
Good Snare was,
Bahamut.
which is Freya. And
and
Valor
Moradin.
was Moradin, which is Cain. I mean, we could ask them once this is all, once we're ready to start searching for them. It doesn't serve us any good to ask them while we are
on the
trying
outs
to
with them.
present something. Yeah.
Alrighty, how you feeling?
Well, I know that we could probably get more information about the artifacts, but I was kind of thinking about the plan for when we meet up with the couple that could give us information about the Shadow Brand, and then how we would go about convincing Kigo to come and not attack the city anymore, and which plan we might have with that. I thought that we could spend our time kind of focusing on that solution. As much as we want to do something else, I'd say we focus on that first.
That is a good idea, but and I'm gonna poke the armor. How are you feeling?
I don't know how long it's been. I assume it's been an hour to tune to it.
Yeah, it could be an hour at this point. I put it in your D&D Beyond sheet.
Okay.
I think
So-
it's also part of the problem,
You
right?
okay, so it's you gain at its dormant state, it's a +1 to AC, plus you gain resistant to radiant and necrotic damage, but it is currently awakened. I have the wrong thing there, but it's currently awakened, so it's a +2 to AC. After you finish a long rest, you gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier, and once per long rest, you can cast Dominate Monster with a DC of 15.
Okay, how do I get proficiency with medium armor?
Take a feat.
I get a feat. Next level.
But that delays Warcaster.
You don't have Wardcaster yet.
No, I had to boost my scores at 4, and then I got Resilient Con, because my con save was a +1 save.
Oh jeez. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I figured the additional proficiencies would be better than just advantage with a +1.
Anyway, so yeah, that's what it is so far. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I just need medium armor master.
So if you stay with it, your AC is 21 instead of 20.
Yep.
Nice.
In truth, Artemis,
Hmm.
I don't know how we're gonna go about convincing them. My only thought so far is getting there. In truth, I would probably deal with them in a much more unpleasant manner. But Oriana made a good point, and I trust Oriana's judgment that there might be a diplomatic solution out of this situation.
The point of the whole thing from the king was that we are trying to protect the people. So if they know that the king is wanting to at least protect all of the people, because regardless, they are people of this place, of this city. I mean, do they not know about the fact that he is trying to repair the fissures and things between them? Maybe they do not know, because it sounds like it has previously been more of an issue, but the king is wanting to make a change. Should that not be a good starting point for this conversation with Kiku?
That we come specifically to bring peace
That's it.
between.
Yes, because that's what he wants. He wants to broker peace. He's trying to make it better in the city, because ultimately, with what is going on right now, the thing that he wants is safety for the people. That is what I took from it. Was I wrong?
I think you're right. I would agree. I think the idea is that we tell the Shadowbrand that we have a place to keep them safe from the enemies out in the darkness that's going on. And if they agree not to harm anyone in the city, we'll give them a place to stay. And I can even vouch for the places that they would stay, that they have freedom within them. They can go and do certain things, much like my mother can. And it's not a horrible place that they may be imagining. And we can tell them about the freedoms that they would have and the safety that they would gain from being a partnership with the town of Sunshield.
And we can also apologize for the deception that we had to take to be able to get a meeting with him.
Yeah.
You know, because that alone is going to show that we are sincerely trying to get an audience with him, not trying to cause injury to him or to others. Because that is our cause. We don't want to have a fight. We want to stop further fighting. That is the whole point. If we did not know that this was the end goal, I never would have agreed to this plan in the first place. Because I wanted to do the whole ambush plan, but you did not want to go with that one.
I don't think someone who's been oppressed for so long will be so quick to agree to those terms.
No, I don't think so.
Which is why we needed to do this plan to get a foot in the door and get an audience.
But from what I
You
took
just
from
better be very dang convincing when you have this conversation.
fair. No, but from what I took with this from the conversation with the king is that he wanted to eliminate the whole arcane regulation in the first place. Not just like, oh, we're gonna take your group and shove them into the arcane bastion. You'll be free to go wherever you want, but still imprisoned.
That's an excellent talking point.
Is that what the king meant, DM, when we were talking with him?
He's trying to broker peace with this group.
But
His trouble over over the time that he has been in, think of it like a president, right? They come into office and
with Congress,
let's just say like whether they're good or bad, but like they have promises, right? And the ones that they act upon, even the ones that they act upon, they have to put bills forward. The Senate and the whatever Congress have to agree on them and vote and like put them through. And if they disagree, like those things don't happen. So the king has been trying, but he cannot just, even though he is king. And yes, he has the ultimate ability to be like, nope, it's going to be this way or the highway. That puts a mark on his back because the certain noble houses who have lived certain ways all their lives and have certain viewpoints are going to think like, this guy's crazy. We might need to take him out at some point and put someone else in power. And so he's been trying to do it in a way that
satisfies everyone.
Yeah, or that does it slowly over time to change people's minds that like these people with these arcane abilities are not inherently dangerous. Anyone can be given a gun, but the gun doesn't kill people. The person behind it, their intentions are what causes that gun to fire into someone's chest. And so he's trying to change mindsets, which is why he's improved the restrictions on people. He's like giving them freedom within the city to go in, but still keeping them within the arcane bastion. But they've changed the arcane bastion into, instead of being a prison, at least above ground. You don't know how the below ground prisoners are treated, but those are generally dangerous criminals who have harmed, tortured, done other things to people. But the ones that are just taken in for arcane abilities are given like apartments. And you guys don't know this yet, but Artemis was just like telling you this, that his mother's like free and has her own place. And so he's trying to instate these ways of giving these people more freedom and releasing them into society and showing them the rest of society like they're not dangerous. See, they can be around you. They can do their normal daily things and they can actually improve our lives. We just have to trust them enough to do so. And we have to know that there are some people who are going to just be terrible people. But there are people who are in the divine schools of faith that can do the same thing and could do terrible things to people. There are people that are just regular people that can do terrible things to people. Like it's not just magic, like people. So that's what he's been trying to do. He's been trying to shift mindsets, but he can't do it all at once. It takes years to do. And so he wants to bring Kigu in to start these peace talks, to start putting more sanctions in place to give these people more freedoms. And he's also hoping that he when he was talking to you, he believes that their abilities can help them bolster their city's defenses, that they need the arcane to help them defend against whatever this is. They need all the help that they can get, and they can be useful, helpful members of society and help save the other people within the city that don't have the ability to protect themselves. So that is his hope, is to bring them in and start to give them opportunities to ask for what they want within reason, but also ask them to take part in becoming
reintegrating into society.
As part of Veladon.
Yeah, so maybe the best approach is not to sort of try to advertise a gilded cage, but rather try to advertise that we are giving them a chance to prove themselves and make a place for them in the city, rather than look how great these apartments are.
But
So
you
they'll have
can-
their own list of demands, though. That they're not just going to immediately agree to the plan. They'll have something that they want the king to give them in return. Maybe a very reasonable list, maybe unreasonable list. We're not sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to
But
contact the
either-
king in some way.
Yeah.
I'm just
Either
saying,
way,
like,
you have to have a starting point.
I feel like
And
the starting
right
point
now
is a
they're
chance
not
to
talking.
a starting point is a chance to prove themselves rather than the approach of, hey, these apartments aren't so bad. Because like
True.
It's not
I
like
guess the-
they're throwing you all into prison if that is what their understanding was before. Because it
Yeah.
has been rocky from what I have understood from you all. It has been rocky. The fact that they have a group that is called Mage Hunters, that is scary for mages.
Navari's
you know?
perspective as a gilded cage is still a cage.
Yeah.
But they're not technically like a closed cage. Like they could go out of it.
Like
Well,
a
what
prison
are-
yard?
No. Like Arthur he just said that his mother goes out and does things and goes shopping.
Our,
and
No,
our
does
job,
those
our,
things.
our job here is not to convince Kigu that he should accept this deal. Our job is to get Kigu to the table.
Mhm.
Ultimately, this deal is between the king and Kigu.
Yes.
We
But
can
he also-
tell him what the king plans, and that this is a discussion. It is a negotiation. He's not expected to come to this table and accept the conditions.
And,
can
and
Make his own recommendations, his own requests.
a lot of it is going to depend on Kigo and Kigo, whether Kigo is even open-minded at all. Are we prepared to have a situation where we are presenting, hey, the king wants to, try to have negotiations, discussions about this and to resolve this issue, and him going, heck no, and then attacking us, and then we have to negotiate not with words. Are we prepared for that? Because what ramifications will happen then?
I mean, I guess we were. I guess I was just thinking about the positive, like, oh, what if he does accept? But I didn't really put into consideration.
I
what
mean,
if he
I would
doesn't.
hope that he would accept. It's going to depend a lot on you guys and your ability to convince them. But if things go south, I am there and I will back you up. But I am not good at negotiations.
So,
Negotiations are like puzzles with words. Wow, you don't like that at all.
No, puzzles suck.
I can be the one to speak with Kiku directly. If anything, my heritage may even be a benefit.
And you're a magic user.
Well, that as well, but being from a Trill and not from Veladon.
I mean, you're already an outsider.
If the king is willing to work with someone from a Trill, he's got to be who casts spells.
Hmm.
Then he's got to be willing to work with his own people.
I mean, I could possibly see if I could talk to my ancestors and see if they could give any guidance
And any help
About
we can
what-
get is better.
about what might be a better route, maybe. I don't know that they will be super helpful, but I can try.
We need to try every option available to us, I think. But at the end of the day, I don't think we plan for failure. We have to plan for success. If we go in thinking that this could all go horribly wrong, then it likely will.
Okay.
I think before we go to have the conversation with Kigo, I'll see if they can tell us if the negotiations will go good or bad. But that's, I think, the best they'll be able to do.
I think that's a good idea.
And maybe even that, some of it is still up to fate. But,
think
it's
this-
people. You deal with people, it's unknown.
I think this conversation was worthwhile. We found out that if we can just get Kigo to the table, that'll be our goal. We'll shoot for something like that.
Well, it's not our job to negotiate anything. Our job is just to make sure he is at the table in the first place.
And if we need to convince him with knowledge about how people are treated, we can provide that information. And if for some reason this person does not want us to know that they spoke with us, then there may be an argument, possible physical altercation, but I don't think that'll be the case. I would imagine that there would be just a regrettable, no, I don't want to try that, and leave me be, and we're left to report that back to the king.
I mean, we did all we could.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Snuck up on me.
Zevran, I normally trust your intelligence, but the whole thing about the living conditions, I think we should leave out of the conversation. It's not a selling point. If they're willing to live in isolation, having a slightly nice place to live is not going to be.
But it is a place without demons.
All I'm saying
That's a
is
good selling point.
Again, we don't need to sell him on what he can get out of this. We need to sell him on the idea that coming to the table is smart for him and his people.
It's a chance for them to prove themselves.
Time to change
Exactly.
the times, yes.
And even the king didn't seem to think that this would be the end of their problems and their differences. But these are petty differences to have when the world is crashing around you.
True. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, what I'm thinking is, if I give the letters that I have to Oriana, and Oriana kind of leads the conversation, explaining that we want to have them meet to see that a possibility can be arranged to where they're both satisfied and safer, and that they both gain from this meeting, that they could see where each person lies and what they would want individually.
I think that's a good idea, and I think, Renna, you should talk to your ancestors to see if they can offer any guidance. But at this point, I think we're kind of just getting stuck in our own heads. I think we just kind of need to make a decision and go.
We can't really make a decision until we have word from them.
Well, that's what I mean. We need to start acting rather than just sitting here at breakfast talking.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you, it's not a 100% foolproof thing. They will only be able to give some guidance about, whether or not things could go badly or things could go well. And even that is subject to change depending on what happens. So it's not foolproof, but I can ask.
It wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt at all, I don't think. So I think we could try.
All right.
Okay. What are you guys doing?
I don't think you want to do this in front of, in the tavern itself.
No,
Retreat into one of the
let's
rooms.
go upstairs.
It's a divine magic. I thought they did not have a problem with that.
But still.
Well, let's not
Right.
just.
I mean, you still
advertise
probably don't want to do it right in the middle of the tavern.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
You see three ghostly spirits
Where-
arise from the ground
Where do you want to do this?
in one of the rooms. I mean,
Yeah.
speaking
Should
of the
I-
rooms, I'm gonna go pay for
This-
another 3 days worth.
Okay. I can't remember. I think it was 5 silver for the 2 rooms.
Yeah.
Or six silver, I think it was. So
We need-
so
we
6
need to wait.
times 3, 18 silvers. So
Okay, I'll just give her
so-
2 gold then.
okay.
It's fine.
Yeah. I could tell you we need to wait. because it needs to be close to what we are doing.
Also, do you have the the costly components for it?
Yeah, I thought you said that I had it.
Yeah. Do you have the one for? Did I give you the one for clairvoyance too? I think I did, maybe.
Yeah, I
Okay,
thought I
cool.
had both.
Yeah, we got it
You
in
probably
Averhurst.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I couldn't remember, so.
Yep.
All right.
So Rena, are
Yeah,
you
I'm
trying
gonna
to
s-
ask?
Go ahead.
Are you trying to ask us what question you might want to ask them, or do you know what you want to ask?
No, it's more of the. I have to do it close to what we're doing.
Like once the time is upon us to do it.
Like maybe like half an hour before.
Okay.
So do it around there. It's give or take a little bit. It's just it needs to be close to what we're doing. But again, it's a very tricky thing.
I like this. We've got a plan of when we get closer, after we've met up with the people that have the information, we can decide what to do there. And before we meet with Kaigu, then we can kind of roll the bones and see what we get.
And it's more of like this is going to go good, or it's going to go bad, kind of thing. It's not like we'll get exact worded answers. It's not like when you talk to, your deities or whatever. It's more like a feeling.
Personally, I feel like I would rather just take fate into my own hands anyway, but it would be nice to see if there's any sort of information we could glean from your spirits.
Okay.
I guess we're okay. I mean, it's not time yet, so.
Well, we'll wait. I mean, I could talk to them now too, but then I will need, to take a nap because it's tiring.
Fair.
Do you guys have plans for the day?
I mean,
If we're doing nothing for the whole day, then Oriana will try and sneak off later in, like, towards the early evening.
Okay.
And I was told to, or not told to, but encouraged to connect with Avandra. So I may go to a chapel and try to connect and pray and actually get connection and voice.
Okay. So you're gonna head off to temple, okay?
I want to look into the goggles and see like how I guess I can awaken it. I don't know. That's probably like meta knowledge, but like seeing how like everyone else has their artifacts being a different level than mine. I want to see how I can like, elevate
Okay,
it,
so you're
I
gonna like
guess.
study. Are you gonna like specifically study the goggles themselves? The
Either the
glasses
goggles themselves or Ayun's faith and how they relate to the goggles.
Well, you tell me which one do you want to do.
Oh no. I guess I'll do the goggles themselves. If it's not physical,
Okay,
then I'll
so you're
figure
gonna
it out
just
later.
take time. Okay, you're gonna take a bit of time. Got it.
Actually,
Right,
you know what? If we're spending most of the day doing nothing, Oriana would try and find a library in the afternoon and then wander off in the early evening.
Okay.
It's
Are you
been a while
trying
since
to
she had
get
a
to? Are you trying to get to one of the major libraries, or are you trying to just find like a smaller?
Let's try and get to a major library and just see what happens.
Make
I
an
guess.
intelligence check.
Okay.
24.
24.
You currently are considered criminals potentially.
Right.
Do
I
you
will
really
go to a
want to go
smaller
to-
library. I will go to a small little bookstore.
That's what I thought. Okay. Zavrin and Navari, what are you guys doing?
I think the last time Zavrin and Vari hung out was like traversing the wilds, escorting people, right? So, yeah, Navari turns to Zavrin. So, how are things?
Oh well, yeah, we're about to go meet a criminal mastermind of the city.
Yeah, speaking about that, I know you have to prepare spells every day. Wait, do you have to
No.
prepare spells?
Yeah, they're just there.
I feel like things could go awry, and you might have to find me at one point. She'll hold up her chunk of horn. Can you just remember what this looks like?
I'm not sure how this would help find you, but okay.
You can find things with magic, right?
Not that way.
Ugh.
Sorry to disappoint.
Okay, do you want to... What do you want to do?
Well, I figured we could go. I hate books, but learning what each of these items possibly have at a library, like reading about Lolth and what her armor did back in the day, like reading stories of it, fairy tales. At least that would glean some sort of information on what her armor does, and so that would help us know if we want to get it or not, waste our time with that one, or go for these robes in the Feywild, which fuck that. No thank you. I've heard that place is nuts, and I do not want to die there.
But the abyss, sure.
Yeah, the abyss, yeah. No,
Well-
yeah, the abyss is also even worse. Weird, strange voice from above.
I gotta
I mean,
tell
what
you,
I love is that the robes are probably really dope for Zavrin.
Yeah,
fuck
well.
that.
The
Fuck that,
equivalent
man.
of
Fuck that.
the equivalent of plate mail armor
Yeah, fuck
on a
that.
sorcerer.
well,
That doubles your HP.
Feywild's
Fuck that.
I gotta tell you, studying sounds excruciating. So if we're gonna do
I
this,
know.
I am gonna need a drink.
or we can just skip the books. Let the others deal with it.
Okay, well, I was hoping we would figure out what we're going after so I can do maybe a little bit of trip planning, but we're not doing that either. So, I think they're just standing there awkwardly right now.
Yeah.
Okay, Rena, what are you doing?
Um,
Are you just watching them stand there awkwardly?
I don't know. I think Rena probably would wander around a little bit in preparation for trying
Whatever.
to talk to her
Her spirits, her
spirits.
ancestors.
So probably just meander around a little bit, maybe find a good sandwich, and then
Okay.
make her way back
Sandwich.
to her rooms.
All right. Okay. Let's start with Artemis. You head to a smaller temple to Avandra in the city, and when you get there, it's fairly quiet. It's fairly early in the day, and there's just a few sort of like clergy members like keeping the temple maintained, and like lighting incense and cleaning up and stuff like that, but it's fairly quiet. There's a couple of people in on various benches sitting and doing their own personal prayer. What would you like to do?
I think I would try to find a spot that, I don't know if they'd have a separate room, because I'm not sure what would happen, because I don't know if like the person would present themselves in front of me or anything like that. So I'd want it somewhat private, and I'm also kind of like a criminal possibly. So I wouldn't want to do this out in front of everyone. I don't know if there's like a room off to the side or like a, oh gosh, what is it called? Where you confess your sins.
A confessional?
Confessional, yeah, something like that, but not to have talk to another person. I just don't know.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. There, you don't see a private area.
Okay.
Just looking around, you see like the main sort of like area with like the benches where people would sit. You see a dais out in front. No one's there right now, but likely like where like sermons would be given, or various
Well,
like the priestess would talk, or priest.
Okay. I'll take a spot kind of
But
be
again, there's
able
not a
to-
lot of people around, so.
Yeah, I'll go near the front and I'll
Okay.
kind of sit down and kneel and take out the coin that I have and hold it in front of me and close my eyes and I'll say, so we haven't had much of a verbal conversation before. I usually just flip this and you give me some answers, or it spins for a while or sticks straight up, as sometimes it's not as easy to give an answer. But I need some help with the trials and tribulations that are coming up. I'll need to find either some weapons or some items, something that can protect me as I try to set what's right in this world. And I'm looking for your guidance, either a direction to find it, or your words specifically to tell me and to give me the items that would help me succeed. Speak to me now if you can.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Okay, 19. You sit there a moment just praying and holding the coin. And after a couple of minutes, you feel just like a gentle breeze sort of blow across your face and through your hair. And when you open your eyes, you're in a field. It's wide open, green everywhere around you, high grass. And as you're sort of sitting there, across from you is that same sort of dark-haired, elvish woman that you've seen before in Avonhurst. And she looks at you. She's in traveler's clothes, looks fairly well traveled, fairly rugged, able to kind of hold her own. But she just sits there. So you finally want to have a conversation?
Yes, if I think you're who I think you are. Is this Avandra? I'm Artemis.
Right. Well, it's pretty interesting to me that you want my help anytime you're in trouble. But when you're not, where's your faith then?
Well, I remember from your teachings, you make your own way. You do what you need to for yourself. Take adventure. I guess I try to encourage others and save others. For example, there's some people that are not doing so well at the Shadowbrand and who want to bring some peace there. So I guess in your honor, I try to do what you would do in that. I try to honor what you would wish. I try to keep my faith with you as I can. I guess that's what I'll say. I do think of you when I cast my spells.
Well, that's because I give you your abilities to. If I wasn't, you wouldn't be able to do anything now, would you?
But it's not because you give me those things. It's because a part of me wants to make peace with the world. I'd still do it if I could. I've got my cooking and my care for others that I try my best. Even if you took my abilities, I'd still be helping others.
I understand that. I'm not saying I'm going to take it away from you. All I'm saying is your prayer, your askance comes when you have a need Not when you don't.
So what you're saying is I should talk to you more often, and not with need, but with appreciation, recognition, maybe some support that you might need from me as well?
Sure. It's a two-way relationship, isn't it? If it's just me giving you everything, why should I? If that's how you expect every relationship to happen, I'm afraid you're going to be sorely disappointed in the world. It's quite selfish if you think of it.
I would agree with you there. I haven't really given much conversation with you for the time that I've been here. I should have gotten to know you and learned more myself.
I give you guidance all the time, and help. And I'm happy to do so. I do think you're doing the right things. But you need to show that you're not just doing it because you get something out of it.
Very well then. I'm in a bit of a quandary, because if I ask what I can do for you, that's me again, just kind of doing something to please you. And that kind of goes against what you're saying.
Right
So I guess
now, but
okay.
think on it a bit. At least you've reached out this time. What exactly do you need help with?
Well, now that you made your point, I guess I'd like to know if the tools that I might be given could also assist you and keep this a safer place. Basically, we have these artifacts, and I do apologize. I've brought one with me here that you can see. It's
I know.
Garsdun.
I know that
asked.
too.
So I'd like to see if there may be other items that could protect the group that I'm with, have us an easier time on our travels and challenges. Wondering if you know of where they may be, or if you have one yourself. I don't know. I'm not really expecting anything out of this, to be honest.
Right. Well, there are a couple that I think maybe would be useful for you.
And it may not just be for me. I've got some friends. I can tell you about them. I'll tell you more about
I
them.
know who your friends are.
Okay.
It's okay. There is one. It's closer than you think. And if you just stay on the path that you're on now, and you do what you set out to do, and if you really want to help people and save people, it'll be yours soon enough. I gave it to someone for safekeeping, and I think they'll pass it on to you when the time is right. The other...
Thank you. Yes.
The other, I think would be useful for someone else. They're called the Strings of Destiny. But they've been lost for a time. Deep below River End. You'll have to see if you can find a way to get down there and retrieve them.
I do thank you very much. And what would you ask of me to tell you in the future if I can? What would you like to know about me? It sounds like you already know about my friends. Maybe that's not the thing you want to know. But when we talk, I just need a little guidance as to what you'd want me to talk to you about.
Anything. Your troubles, your worries, your hopes.
Very well. That's very well. I can do that for you. Thank you so much for taking me to this place. Are we really somewhere else, or am I just sitting and praying and thinking?
I guess you'll never know. And she just snaps her fingers, and you are back.
Artemis is very surprised and shocked, and again, talking to gods is very startling for him, and will remain at this place probably for the next 20 minutes, just trying to catch his breath and calm himself down.
All right. And Avandra is that vision. I just showed it to you all, so you should have access to her now.
Perfect. Some high boots and some
Yeah, she just looks like a traveler, yeah, but battle ready. All right. So you spend some time thinking on what you've learned. Nemeron.
Yes.
You spend some time studying the goggles, the glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make an investigation for me.
I don't even know if am I good at those? Hold on.
I mean, it's an intelligence, so you should be halfway decent.
I don't have proficiency in it. It's okay. Let's go.
Okay. You take some time, just looking them over and studying them and kind of trying to figure out what else will embolden their abilities. And you feel a flicker of something as you're kind of digging into these items, or this item, and just thinking in general about your friends and how their artifacts have been awakened, that you've seen. They've done something inherently within line of what the artifact is. Rena at one point used the blade's ability to change the fate of someone in a moment of deep importance.
Mm-hmm.
Zavrin used the book to channel powerful magic through in a moment of desperation for your group. Oriana used the robes to bolster a attack against one of your enemies when you were down on your luck and having difficulty. You get the sense that given the abilities of this artifact, you need to lean in more to what this artifact is, even though it does not naturally come to you in terms of your natural predilections. But you need to be more willing to embrace that this has given you more understanding of the world around you and the ability to hone in on things. And that doesn't naturally come to you as a person, but you need to start leaning into that if you want to see these grow in ability.
Okay.
That's the sense that you get.
Okay. And okay. I guess I'll go ahead and put them on.
Yeah, you didn't lose attunement from them, just taking them
okay.
off and studying them. You only lose attunement to the item if you literally choose to break the attunement.
Okay.
Or you're like away if the item is taken from you for a long period of time. I think there has to be like a certain distance and time, and then naturally the attunement will break. But if you just like, it's like you're not going to sleep in your armor at night if it's magical. You're still going to take it off and put it beside your like bed or whatever. So
That's fair.
similarly, like any item, you can take it off just like you can put your sword down. Just because you're not holding it 24 hours a day doesn't mean that you're going to lose attunement to it. You just can't be away from it for too long. So you can always take, like, you're going to take your goggles off to sleep, right? You're going to put them on your bedside table or whatever. So yeah, as you're studying them, you don't lose. Like I said, the only thing you lose when you don't have them on is that extra dark vision, because they're not over your eyes giving you that.
Okay.
But the intelligence you still have. So you take the time, but I'll say that this takes you a while to kind of like study them and understand the workings of them. Oriana, you said that you are going to do something. You were going to find a small library or a small bookstore.
Yes.
Go ahead and make a investigation for me.
Alrighty.
Okay, 30. All right. Easy enough. Within the area, you don't find a library, but you do find like a book shop that seems fairly decently stocked. Has 2 floors of books within it, and various stacks. What do you head in to look for?
I will look. I hadn't thought about this. Considering this bookstore probably looks more like a place to buy books, I'm guessing, yes?
Yeah, I mean, think of like a Barnes and Noble or whatever. Like, you can read a bit, but like, I mean, you could kind of be one of there are those people who literally go into a Barnes and Noble, spend like 4 hours, read a book, and then like put it back on the shelf and like leave. And then go buy their Starbucks and then come back, and like, there are people that do that. You're probably generally going to be frowned upon for doing that, but no one will.
Yeah, more of like I don't get the sense.
But yeah, this is not like a borrow. Yeah, this is not like a borrowed book, and you're not sure what knowledge they'll have, although they do seem fairly well stocked. So dependent on what you're looking for.
I will look for any books on the gods, specifically Asmodeus.
Okay.
But just in general, if I can't find anything on him.
Okay. Just the gods in general?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead and make a investigation.
Well, if only the 30 counted.
Okay, 26.
26.
Okay. You do find a couple of books. You do find one talking that is about the Hells and Asmodeus. Paging through it, it starts to go into a bit of the sort of hierarchy of the Hells, Asmodeus himself, the structure of like devil culture. That's what you get just like generally paging through. Do you want to take a lot of time to like read through? Like, that's like looking at the table of contents, looking through like the initial introduction.
I'll put it in my basket for checking for paying for.
Okay. Then another book you find talks about the gods in general and the creators and destroyers, and talks about how each has their domain, and starts to get into like what the domains of each are and some of the historical contexts around events that have happened that are associated with various deities.
Put it in my basket for checkout.
Okay. And then a final book is gods and their contribution to the Archenblight, and how again some of the biggest factors in what happened and the outcome of that war and devastation were due to the powerful artifacts that they created and how they were hoarded.
Yep, I will take all 3 books to the checkout.
Okay. You head to the checkout, and you put them on the table or on the counter or whatever, and the total comes out to 2 gold.
2 gold. Easy enough. I will take out the 2 gold and put it down.
All right.
And then I will find just a secluded area where I feel relatively.
I mean, there's chair, like, now that you've purchased the actual books and stuff like that, you get the sense that you could sit in one of the chairs or areas in the store to actually peruse your books, and you likely wouldn't have an issue.
Yeah. Then I would do that. I would start reading them, and then once it's closer to like early evening, around the time that tavern would be open, I would like to go visit the tavern.
Okay.
Hidden Sun.
Okay. Okay, you're just gonna head there. Okay. What book are you focusing on?
Let's go with the one specifically about the Hells and Asmodeus.
Okay. So I'll just let that investigation stand. So over the period of the next few hours, you learn that it's interesting because this book talks about the Hells in a different way than you've seen other contributions talk about the Hells. It explains that when Asmodeus took the Hells, he I'm trying to think of the right word. And I'm like blanking on the word. I had it in my mind. What's the word when God damn it. When someone comes in and frees people from
Liberator?
Yes. He came in and liberated the Batorians that were under a like dictative, horrible leader. That is why the Hell's original name was Bator. And some of the Batorians refused to follow his new sort of leadership, and still to this day fight against the new regime that he's instated, but some actually assimilated and worked with Asmodeus. And this merger, and Asmodeus himself was a celestial being, and this merger between the Batorians and the Celestials created this new race called the Bitezu, which are devils. And this is essentially what how tieflings and all the various devil culture and creatures came about. And when Asmodeus initially fought this liberative war, he took with him 8 other generals. No, actually, sorry, should be 9. 9 other generals. Each from originally celestial divinity. and worked with them to help create each layer of the 9 hells to effectively help fight back the abyssal forces trying to tear their way through Bador to get to the primaterial plane. And in doing this, also created kind of a purgatory for those that chose to follow certain paths during their lifespan in the material realm, so that those people who would choose those paths for whatever reason would gain boons during their mortal lifespan, but would become a part of the army, the eternal army that would fight back the abyssal forces. And each layer has its specificity of what it sort of what domain it oversees, and it goes into each of the layers of the hells, and explains the archduke of each, and it starts with the first layer, which is Zariel's realm, which actually starts to go into explanation of the realm, and talks about how Avernus is actually when Zariel took it over as an angel and celestial being, she used her divine power to seed this sort of wasteland of battle into this beautiful realm of lush jungle and greenery and life, and her fortress is the bastion of defense for the entire sort of lair. But though she seeded that, the areas closest to the river Styx and where the majority of the battles take place, she cannot keep life teeming there. It just naturally gets destroyed with all of the carnage that happens, and just the natural energy that comes from the Styx and how it eats sort of life, and feeds on life energy. That area is sort of like there's just this natural sort of wasteland beach area that can never be really made whole. But now as you're reading this, you kind of understand why that initial time when you went into Avernus and were transported there, you saw all types of life, because all types of life live there, and Zariel tries to make it still a livable area and protect the people who choose to make it their home. The other thing you learn is that Tiamat also makes one of the mountain ranges on Avernus her domain, and often sometimes is at odds with Asmodeus and Zariel, but is also against the demonic incursion and will sometimes send draconic forces to help turn the tide of battle. And that's about as far as you get for now.
Okay.
But that's a bit of a lore dump for you.
I love it.
Zavrin and Navari, do you ever decide, or do you just stand awkwardly, or eventually do you just go to get a drink? Navari, you're muted.
8 hours of milling about, do you mean?
Yeah, do you guys just end up deciding to just go grab drinks and chill?
No, we had a little discussion and thought maybe it'd be a good idea. Sorry, Zavrin, I'll let you take over.
Well, when we went, I guess we haven't gone into the city, so we don't know what kind of like how they check IDs at the city, at the entrance of the city, or they just like let anybody in, like just anybody that's coming in.
They try to vet people as best as possible. There are some like divine. So are you going to one of the gates to the city?
Yeah, I think we were gonna go outside and try to help people get into the city or help people outside the bounds of the city, but Zavrin just wants to make sure that we can get past the guards without being like, "Hey, you're those guys." I'm trying to figure out if I should do like a disguise kit kind of thing, or if I need to use my spell to make us look really different.
Up to you. What do you want to do? Because you do know that you are like based on your closeness with Luxaturna, the king's reception of all of you when he spoke with you, there is some weight behind your name now, as you have helped various areas try to stave off the darkness, Avonhurst, Luxaturna, the ruins, everything like that. So it is not 100%, but it is possible. Like there's like probably above a 50% chance that you are known, you are seen.
Are they gonna like ask us just for our names at the gate, or do we have to have some sort of photo identification?
No. It's just like someone might recognize you. But yeah, you're not sure if they'll recognize you or not. So going towards there, you don't know, but you do know that there's weight behind your name, and there is you guys do have some notoriety now. So do with that what you will. But as you get towards this gate, do you want to change your appearance?
Yeah, let's use the spell because the disguise kit will take time.
Okay. So are you disguising? You're using disguise self?
The seeming again.
Okay, on both yourself and Navari?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're just making yourselves look...
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll try to get the voice right. I'm scale breath. Okay, I've got it.
Okay. Okay, so the same disguises as you had before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Easily enough. When you get up to the gate, and you see various people, you actually don't see a lot of people coming in. But you do see guards at the gate. You do see some people coming in. What you do notice is there are some divine magic users, and some what look to be decorated as mage hunters as well, seemingly using magic to scan people and check for anything nefarious as best as they can. They're not there's not IDing people or anything like that, but you get the sense that they're trying to make sure that nothing is trying to like make itself seem like a person in need come into the city and then murder a bunch of people. So they're doing their best. It's not 100% foolproof, just like anything. But they are having some kind of checks to try and make sure, because they don't want to deny people that are actually really in need, but they also want to make sure that they're doing their utmost best to protect the people that are already within the city, so that they don't let something in that could potentially do a lot of harm.
Well, balls, as he sees people getting like magic scanned or like detect magic.
Yeah, you get the sense it's probably like detect magic, and then maybe some kind of like zone of truth, and maybe some kind of like true seeing or see invisibility or those kinds of things are being done to vet that people are who they say they are.
Well, that's not at all what that's very fancy that they have that at the gates. To the taverns then.
Scale breath is willing to go drink at a tavern. This disguise is perfect for such activity.
I do believe it would make it rather hard because drinking, out of your dragon snout is like out here, but your actual mouth is like up here.
Scale Breath will use a straw.
Right, so the biggest bendy straw that they have then.
It's fine. Yeah. Okay, so you guys head off to a tavern.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the sense that, again, the cities that have the light barriers, like places like Avonhurst, Riverend, Sunshield City, perhaps other places in the world that are like highly populated, have enough sophistication in their forces, and this is why it's all hands on deck. And at least you've got this much now. They have a strict policy of like they're taking everyone they can in, but because they're taking everyone they can in, there's a lot of people in one place. If it was the fact that something got inside and managed to infiltrate, it could be devastating for an entire population. So they have to be as careful as possible because they are housing a lot of people in a single space. And if let's just say it got nuked, majority of your population would be very much gone.
Yeah, they're doing COVID tests at the door. So like
exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone wears a mask. No mask. Got to get your vaccinations. That's it. No, but yeah. So it's just very, very strict. And again, it's not foolproof, but it's the best that they can do with the resources that they have. All right. You all spend your time doing as you see fit to prepare yourselves for the evening when you will meet with these two individuals that have promised you some information should you give them 50 gold. And that is where we'll end tonight's session.
We didn't die on April Fools. That's great.
Yay!
We made a fool of ourselves, though.
That's 4 games without getting into a fight.
Is that good or bad?
I mean, I don't know what to say.
It just means that the next boss is getting that much stronger.
Yeah.
True.
Grows.
It gets an
session
extra
it grows.
15 it gets an extra 15 HP and 1 more AC.
And one
that's
more
right.
resistance and immunity.
Exactly. For every session, you don't fight it. It's just growing in power. It's the
Or
new
we saw it
It's
go.
the new BBEG, guys. Who cares about Tharascoon? Just,
We'll deal with the tree sentinel later, guys.
yeah, the ulcerated tree spirit that's living in the tiny arena
Dude.
that has the one-hit kill.
Ow.
Sorry. No, but yeah, thanks guys for sticking with us. We appreciate you. Please remember, if you enjoyed the session, please share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. Thank you so much. Have a good night.